Start meeting of the Midcoast Community Council for April 12th, 2023. Our technical support staff expert, Jordan, do you have words for the public or the members of the council here around the microphones that you wish to bring up? I know there's some kind of celebration going on coming up.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jordan with Pacific Coast Television. And first, I wanted to invite everyone to the PCT Open House that's happening this Saturday. It's at our studio at 580 Crespi Drive in Pacifica. It's from 1 to 5 p.m. And everyone's invited. Even everyone watching, everyone is invited. But I did just want to make an announcement for everyone in the room using the microphones and for the benefit of the broadcast and so everyone can hear you on Zoom is to just make sure to get close to the mic and speak into the mic. Sometimes if we tend to lean back or speak a little softer, we might not be able to hear you as well. So just try to make a good effort to get close to the mic and everything will be sounding great.
All right, so we have the inverse of the cone of silence we are invoking. All right, with that, I would like to introduce County Council Tim Fox to swear in the appointees Kimberly Williams and Ann Rothman. Tim?
Good evening. Why don't we start with Kimberly first? I would ask at the beginning, the oath allows you to either swear or affirm. Some people have a religious objection to using the term swear in making the refer to swear or affirm your oath tonight.
Let's go with affirm.
Okay. Could you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? I state your name.
I, Kimberly Williams,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Perfect. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Dan, would you hand her the ring? Okay.
Okay, so I have the same question for Ann. Do you have a preference about whether you wish to swear or affirm your oath?
Swear is fine.
Okay. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your name.
I, Ann Rothman,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California
the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California,
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of California,
that I will take this obligation freely
that I will take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
So in a breach of protocol, I didn't call the roll. So I would think it is now appropriate to call the roll. Mr. Secretary?
Got it. So I have one question about that. Should I ask for Claire or Gus in this roll call?
You might as well.
Okay. So Greg,
Here.
Claire, she's not here, and I'm here. Dan? Here. Gus is not here. Ann?
Here.
And should we ask if Kim's here?
Yes, you should.
Okay, Kim?
I'm here.
My only question is because Tim mentioned that you're non-voting when you're not here. So Kim is not here right now.
Tim, you want to comment?
Sure. I think the record's going to be pretty clear about people's status in the meeting. So it's okay if you record in the notes that they said that they were present. It's just that they're not in attendance in the meeting for purposes of the Brown Act or count toward the quorum.
Okay.
I have one more question about the oath. So there's a written document described. This is exactly the same thing you guys just said, and it needs to be signed. And where is that submitted? Are we still doing that? Hard copy of the oath?
Yes, the law requires that you swear and subscribe the oath. Subscribe means to sign it, and it is kept in the office of the clerk of the Board of Supervisors at County Center. So if you have the printed document and it can be signed tonight by Ann, we can send it to the appropriate person for safekeeping.
Okay.
We can make arrangements to have Kimberly sign a copy as well.
Thanks.
Okay. Council members were assigned homework to read the Brown Act guide that Tim made available and Rosenberg's Rules of Order. Before I ask if there are any questions from the council members about those matters, I wanted Tim to invite you to stress any points, off the cuff that you think need to be reinforced.
Thank you. I'll definitely take that opportunity, although I don't know where to start. The Brown Act can be a source of frustration for folks who enter into public service. And I know that it feels like you're being asked to give up a lot of what you were able to do before you entered into public office. But I assure you, after 18 years of doing this and helping various agencies navigate the Brown Act, that eventually you come to peace with its provisions. It does impede some of the ways of doing business that happen pretty regularly in the private sector with nonprofits and for-profit organizations. But government is different, and it means that we have to conduct our business in a slightly different way, which does strike some people occasionally as frustratingly old-fashioned. But it is a law that we have to comply with, and most people are able to get to a point of acceptance. The other sort of major point that I wanted to touch upon is that almost every problem that the Brown Act ever presents is solved by posting an agenda and holding the meeting. With an organization like the MCC that has regular meetings, it means that sometimes you have to wait until the next meeting when an agenda is posted. But for the most part, the idea is that you have to invite the public to be present with you as you discuss the matters that are in your charge. And that the temptation to be more efficient by having those conversations privately is now made unavailable to you, or is sometimes more difficult. I commend to your reading, both before this meeting, as I understand it was assigned reading, and kind of to keep by your side, the League of Cities Guide is a very handy summary of the provisions of the Brown Act that most frequently come up. In addition, there's a PDF document that the Attorney General produced in 2004, which is quite out of date as to several important matters, but does contain the nugget of the policy of the law and is very helpful to consult when you aren't quite clear about what the Brown Act provides. And our office is available to answer questions as they arise. But those are sort of the highlights of it. I know it can be a source of difficulty to internalize these rules and to change the way that you talk about things. You actually have fewer rights after joining the MCC than you did before you joined it with regard to this one issue, which is talking to your fellow council members. You could talk to them when you were a private citizen without any limitation. And now that you are one of them, you have to talk to them in public and with the public invited and present. So that is the change. But as I know several of you on the call are well aware, many years of public service in various capacities, it is something we all deal with, and it is livable, even if it is occasionally a little frustrating.
Point of order, I would like to note for the record that Gus Nadamal has arrived and has joined the meeting.
I put him down for 6:10.
Okay, but the point is that, he now represents a voting member.
Oh, yeah.
So Tim, tell me how many more years it's going to be before I get over my frustration?
I think it varies. I imagine Claire's professional experience is more apt to answer how you reach the 5 phases of grief. But eventually you get to acceptance. I believe that's what the data show.
That's right. So somebody had a question of Tim regarding the Brown Act. Kimberly raised her hand.
This is an aside. Could we ask the participant Barbara to turn off her video because it's very distracting? It's making me dizzy.
You don't have to look, do you?
Okay, I did it.
So it's called the League of Cities Guide to Brown Act.
There's an organization called the League of Cities, which is basically kind of like a professional organization for elected officials who work at the city level in California. It's been around for many decades. In fact, they were instrumental in drafting the Brown Act, or their predecessor organization was. And they have a lot of resources available to elected and appointed officials in California that are really helpful, even though you're not a city. They do much of the civic work of Californians is done in cities. So they're basically a large and well-resourced organization on matters of governance. So I have found their materials to be very trustworthy and fair about how to navigate these issues. So they were in the links that were in the agenda materials, the League of Cities. It's a PDF document, probably about 40 pages or so. And it's written not for the non-lawyer, but it's also helpful to us. We consult it as well to answer questions.
I would like to just register a couple of points that might be worth elaborating. One is conduct on social media. Some of us go on Nextdoor. We find people who have raised issues. Tim, you want to just outline what the proper conduct for multiple council members on the same social media account might be?
Yes. This is actually something that's changed in fairly recent history. There were amendments to the Brown Act that were adopted in the winter of 2020 and went into effect in 2021 that clarified finally something that had been in some doubt and confusion for many years, which is you're not allowed to use electronic devices to communicate with each other in a non-public setting and develop a collective concurrence, because that's a kind of illegal meeting. It's not a meeting where everybody's in a room together, but sending an email out to everybody all at the same time was understood and is still understood to be a Brown Act violation because you're communicating with each other outside of the public setting. But no one was very clear about the status of social media with regard to that rule, because social media is in some cases very public, but in other cases kind of quasi-public. Tweeting something might be available to the general public, but sharing something as a Facebook post is only available potentially to the people with whom you are friends on Facebook. So what the legislature did was it adopted a law that said we legalize the use of social media by all members of legislative bodies that are subject to the Brown Act, clarifying that it's okay for you to have a blog, it's okay for you to be on social media, it's okay for you to tweet and to Instagram and Facebook. But the legislature both giveth and it taketh away. It also wanted to prevent there from being offline discussions that the public couldn't see. So they forbade members of Brown Act bodies from responding to each other on social media. So you are allowed to make your own posts, and state your position to your constituents, the people you represent. You can speak clearly about your thinking and how it is you intend to analyze an issue. But if one of your colleagues posts something,
100%.
if one of your colleagues posts on social media, you may not reply to that post, nor may you retweet it, nor may you click like or the angry emoji or a thumbs up emoji or anything at all. You may not respond to another member's social media post in any way. So you are free to communicate to your constituents, but you are not free to use social media to communicate with each other at all. That's what the law now provides.
One other issue, you mentioned sending emails would be a violation because it wouldn't occur in public. However, there are times when a council member receives, for an example, an announcement like of the PCTV open house on April 14th, is it, Jordan? April 15th. If we receive an announcement like that, are we permitted to forward it to the council without comment?
Yes. In almost every case, I am very comfortable advising that you can forward informational items to members of the council for their edification and information. But if it happens in a context where it's clear that you're communicating some effort to develop a collective concurrence about an action that you might take in the future, that is somewhat more legally risky. So you have to be careful that your communication doesn't include a payload of content about what you intend to do about the information, such as I really think the council needs to take action on this right away, or this is a great idea, we should do this. So as you said, without comment is important to me because the public wants to be present when you state to each other how you feel about the information.
And one other clarification I wanted to make sure is on the table. When you say you can't talk to the other council members, so am I allowed to discuss with Gus next week his trip to Egypt? Am I allowed to discuss the 49ers draft with Dan, etc.?
So there are two positive answers to that question. One is that the Brown Act only regulates the communications you have with each other about the subject matter jurisdiction of the legislative body on which you serve. So it really is focused on the question of whether or not you're talking about council business. You are free to talk about other matters. The difficulty, of course, with the MCC is that its mandate is quite broad to talk about community issues. So there are many issues that would be a matter of just casual conversation for most people, but which could be characterized as potentially matters for the MCC to consider at some future point. So there is a pretty tightly constrained list of things you can talk about. I would say organized sports are fine. Probably, I would say safely, the schools are a fun thing to talk about because the MCC itself doesn't have subject matter jurisdiction over the school system. So you can talk about that. You can talk about your kids. You can talk about your vacations. But it is something where you really have to kind of help each other stay on track. If you are talking and one of you brings up an item of business, it might require a gentle diversion to other topics. But the other point that I wanted to make is that the definition of an illegal meeting is only when the conversation includes a majority of the members. So you are free to talk with a limited number of each other about matters of board business and to develop ideas and frameworks and concepts, even start drafting items for the council to consider. It's just that when you do talk to each other, you can't then talk to another person and another person, or you will inadvertently create something called a chain communication that violates the Brown Act. So in your case, you need to be able to stay under three. Three of you can talk about an issue, and then three different of you can talk about a totally different issue. So there are all sorts of permutations, but you can't can't serially go to each member of the council and talk about the same item.
Or reach even 4. We cannot reach a quorum.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, it's 4 in your case. Thank you.
Questions from the council or the council?
So can you just remind me? So it's gonna be in Egypt the next time we do one of these, and there's like some particular way I have to publicly announce that or something. Is that right?
If you're going to avail yourself of remote participation in the meeting under AB 2449, there are special rules that apply about how you have to state your reason for remote participation, and it has to fall within the scope of what the legislation allows as a reason, either just cause or emergency circumstances as defined. So if you'd like, you can reach out to me and I can tell you what words to use and if they're applicable in your case.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Yeah. Please.
Who was talking? Oh, it's Claire?
Yeah. Okay, so since I am now having an unexcused absence from this meeting, which I would have attended if it were happening and when it was scheduled, what happens next? What if I have, how many unexcused absences can I have, and then what happens to me?
This does not count as one of your just cause participation. If you're not relying upon just cause remote participation, it doesn't count against your total.
All right. Actually, I could not show up ever, and nothing would happen to me, right?
Well, you would not be allowed to participate in the meetings as a member. You wouldn't be allowed to vote.
Right.
Your vote would not count. So
Okay.
for tonight's purposes, you are a member of the public. And if in the future you follow the AB 2449 process for stating just cause for being absent or emergency circumstances, and then we tally the number of times where that occurs. This is the reason why our county executive and the county council's office has tried to manage expectations about exactly how great that law is. It's not. It's not particularly useful for the purposes that we're hearing county agencies need. And that's why other legislation is something that's very much on the table and part of the county's legislative package.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to be petty right now and say that I have a lot of things going on. I've made every effort I can to participate tonight, and it's very difficult for me to even do this, what I'm doing right now, and I almost feel like, why should I bother? If I'm just, that's just how I feel. So we can let that be as it is.
Yeah, well, Tim is not responsible for the Brown Act, as he has reminded me. Tim, if I could ask you a question of protocol in general. We have public comment coming up, and then we go on to the regular agenda and we entertain public comment on matters of the agenda. When we get down to council activity and future agendas, are we required to take public comment on those agenda items or not?
The Brown Act makes reference to there being an opportunity for public comment on all items on the agenda. I would be uncomfortable establishing a rule that the public is denied the ability to comment on items at the conclusion of or before action is taken on the item or before the item is closed. So I'm not saying that you need to give a 3-minute public comment for each individual council member's report. So that if you had a member of the public who wanted to talk a lot and comment on each of them, that they would have 3 times however many council members gave a report. But I would definitely recommend that you open for additional public comment the council member report item at the end.
Okay, well, with that as background, I see we have a member of the public who has a question apparently for you. That's Sid Young.
Hi, Tim. I'm listening in on this because I was recently selected to fill Rick Lohman's place on MWSD. and in the past and still in currently, I attend a lot of other public meetings. And I don't know, I'm not a big toot my own horn, so I'm not in the habit of saying I'm Sid Young, the recently appointed director of MWSD. I usually just say what I'm talking about, like at yesterday's Board of Supervisors meeting, they had something about county parks. And I was commenting as a resident, do I need to every single time identify that I sit on a local board? Or what's the, gist of that when you're attending another meeting, not the one of the board you're sitting on?
First, I need to say my office is not counsel to MWSD, so you should definitely seek the advice of the attorney who represents the agency on which you sit. But I will answer the question, at least as regards to the MCC.
Thank you.
Agencies don't have the ability to control what members of the public say during public comment, except under very limited circumstances. And there really isn't much in the way of what you can require a person to say before giving a public comment. We discourage any requirement that a person identify themselves before being allowed to speak. You can invite it and ask for it, but you can't refuse to allow a person to speak just because they don't identify themselves at all, or if they identify themselves as a resident of another community outside of the electoral boundaries of the MCC. I would not say that there's any ability to discourage a speaker on that ground. So really, when speaking as a member of the public, you don't really need to do much at all other than state what you believe will be persuasive to the body.
Okay, any other questions for Tim? All right, hearing none, Tim, we thank you for your flexibility in showing up today and your continued service. You can count on hearing from me in the future.
All right, have a good evening and a good meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so next we have reports from other government officials. And I would like to first recognize, and I hope I pronounced this right, Christoph Lizage from the Department of Public Works. Christoph, are you?
Yeah. Hey, can you guys hear me?
Okay, now I'm going to make you co-host. Oh, wait a minute. As soon as I click on these darn links, keep moving around on me. Sorry. Christoph, it says you are now co-host if you have a few slides. You were going to give us an update on a couple of the local projects the Department of Public Works is working.
Yes. Can you guys hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, and I see a screen.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Yes. Good evening. So my name is Christoph Lisai. You got half of it right. Not the easiest name to pronounce. Appreciate the effort. So I'm the Deputy Director of Public Works. I oversee the Engineering and Resource Protection Division. And so tonight I'm going to be giving you guys an update on the two projects that we have on the coast, which is the Marauder Road Pedestrian Bridge Replacement Project and the Midcoast Multimodal Trail Improvement Project. I'll go over each project first, and then there'll be an opportunity for questions at the end of the presentation. So first update on the night will be Marauder Road Pedestrian Bridge. So project is close to being completed. We've completed a majority of the work with the contractor installing both the north and south shotcrete sculpted walls. And both of these walls were installed before the big storms we got at the end of this year, or end of last year, early this year. So we're very happy about that. We're now waiting for the bridge to be delivered. So that's actually scheduled to go in next week. It was originally scheduled to go in on the 8th. There's a little bit of delay in the delivery, but it's going in on the 21st. So just as an example, when we did the multimodal trail, that bridge had to come through Santa Cruz because Highway 92 had a sinkhole the same week as we were getting that bridge. And so there's always some unique challenges that we face, but the goal right now is to have it installed at the end of next week. or I'm sorry, the week of the April 21st. So there's going to be some work along the top of the bluff on either side of the bridge after it's installed. And then the contractor will continue to work on the top of the bluff until we're allowed to go back onto the beach. We still have to install beach access on a stairway, and then our current permits don't allow us to do any beach work until June 15th. And so as soon as that permitting window opens, we'll make sure to go out there. Once the stairway is installed, we anticipate that the project will be completed and fully open to the public this summer. Here's just some of the photos from the project that I'd like to share with you. As you can tell, the wall is pretty massive. The photo on the top left shows some of the progress we've had. That is the soil nail wall and the final shotcrete layer that's being installed. And then the photo on the right shows what it looked like right before the final layer, where we installed the actual soil nail wall, and then we're installing some of the rebar cage that will be used for holding on the sculpted shotcrete.
So just to clarify, there are nails that hold this stuff on.
Correct. You can see these little squares. So those squares are actual, we call them soil nails. What they do is they have a drill rig that's attached to a bucket. It drills through the bluff, and then we insert nails and then fill them with grout. And then we post-tension them. So we pull them so that they're taut. And then there's this little bearing plate that gets locked out. And so without getting into too much detail, the way the wall works is because we stretch them and we have that bearing plate. When it's like a bungee cord when it wants to go back to its natural state. And that's what actually holds the wall against the bluff.
And they're like 20 feet long, right? Those things or more.
Yeah. We installed several hundred of them. They can range anywhere from 20 to 50 feet long. Some of the challenges with this project is there's a sewer line under this photo on the right. And so we had to make sure not to hit that for obvious reasons. And so we have an ability to change the angles and of the soil nails and make sure that we avoid any kind of subsurface obstructions. And the goal is to install enough of them where it's able to secure the bluff and hold it in place. The photo on the right, again, is just kind of a superficial application. It's more aesthetic than anything, but we install that and sculpt it and color it to match the bluff, which I'll show in the next.
Are those weep holes for groundwater buildup?
Yeah, we also install weep holes, yes. There is behind this wall, there is a drainage blanket that captures all the surface water and groundwater and allows it to come out. So this photo shows the completed walls looking south. The hole in the middle of this wall is an actual drainage culvert that's in that area. But you can see it blends in really well to the environment. Our wall basically ends at this hinge point, and then to the right is the natural bluff. And so the contractor that did this was really good. He's able to match it very well, and so very happy with the end product. Here's the completed wall looking south, and kind of shows the fluctuation in the sand level. You can see the sand out in this area fluctuates significantly, I think up to 10 to 15 feet between various stages of the year. We did install scour protection and some riprap RSP that's covered by this sand, but we installed it at an elevation where we tried to maximize the use of the beach. And so we determined what the lowest point of the sand is throughout the year, and tried to install the rocks so that most of the time the sand will be covering it and it'll be a usable area up to the wall. And so I think we did a good job doing that.
That's looking north, by the way.
Correct. Sorry if I said south. So that completes the Murata update. I mean, I can take questions now or take them at the end, whatever you guys.
I just want one question. When we approved this, and I remember the MCC had first proposed this and then approved it, my recollection is it was 1.2 million. Then we've got feedback from the Coastal Commission, and the community, of course, had asked for access to the beach via stairs as part of our discussion. We're now at like 4.3 million. What are we at?
I can get you the accounting and the follow-up. I mean, yeah, I believe the construction cost is definitely more than 1.2. I don't have it off the top of my head. Let me see if I can pull it up on another computer just to get you more accurate information. Just bear with me 1 sec.
The ghost of Dave Olson is watching.
So the bid amount was for the not to exceed amount is right now $4 million. So in the construction, just the construction cost alone is going to be upwards of $4 million. And that does not include the soft costs of engineering, staff time for engineering, design, and inspection.
Now we have a couple of questions. Do you want to wait until you've done the multimodal trail or take it now?
I can take it now.
All right, Kimberly?
I have two questions. The sewer line that you mentioned on the right, my understanding was that was slated to be moved. Is that not the case?
So my understanding is there was an existing sewer line that was attached to the bridge that was abandoned. But there is a manhole at the end, kind of at the end of the cul-de-sac there that collects sewage from one of the last properties. So that's the sewer line that we needed to avoid. And I believe that runs north and then goes up Murata to the main system.
Okay. And then my second question is, the riprap looks like a lot more than what was originally requested. Is that the amount that the Coastal Commission approved?
Are you referring to the riprap in the distance?
On both sides.
It is within what the Coastal Commission approved. So we have basically we have a certain amount of riprap that we were to install, and it was based on a area, and so we made sure to just install what was approved by the council. And the majority of the riprap is buried, and so like the riprap in the distance in this photo, as well as in the distance in this photo, that was existing riprap that is not part of the project.
Right, and if I recall, some of that riprap was not approved riprap. So I'm a little confused because it looks like a lot more than what I thought it was going to end up being, because the removal of the illegal riprap plus the restrictions by the Coastal Commission. So maybe the photos just make it look like it is more than it is.
I think so. Again, I can check back with my construction crew.
You're saying you did not install any more riprap?
No, we did not bring in any riprap. And so the
property to the south had illegal riprap going back some years. I do remember that.
Yeah, and we did not touch anything outside of the project limits. So we just used what was on site. And I believe I'd have to go back to see if there was any off-haul of riprap or if it was all just used on site and just buried below the wall height.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, you had a question?
Yes. I just sent you an email with a new picture. I was just up this area. Thank you. Help me pronounce your name again.
Christoph.
Okay. I was just in this area, and what's interesting is it looks like the creek is now following the path of the riprap. I don't know if you received that photo, Greg. I just sent it to you now. It's not important if it doesn't come up, but yeah, the creek. There's so much sand on the beach. There's a large sandbar, and then the creek kind of follows the wall now. It goes all the way, and then it kind of ends out. Now, Christoph, are you aware of that, or do you have any comments on that? I imagine since that's a natural thing, we're just going to leave it alone. I think it's good to have that sandbar there.
I can't share the photo while Christoph is sharing, so we'll bring it up later.
I've seen where the creek is going to naturally flow and erode and cut into the sand elevation. I think eventually that will all equalize depending on the flows. I think it's been a challenging year in that we've gotten a lot of rain, and so I think the arroyo is running fuller than it usually does.
Right.
Our project takes into account creek flow, and so I think depending on the time of the year, the sand elevation and things like that, I think that environment will be dynamic. But nothing that we've seen so far has caused any concern. I mean, our stairs are at an elevation where they're going to be protected from any kind of water flow in the creek as well as tides. So we're installing that at an elevation so it's always going to be accessible, or will be accessible the majority of the time, pending any kind of extreme situation. But yeah, what we've seen hasn't caused any alarm, I guess, in our office.
Okay, and on the top of the wall that's on the screen on the road side, this wall goes up above the asphalt about, 6 inches or so. And there's a real sharp 90-degree edge on that. But I imagine you're not really done. You're going to put up railing. Could you light?
Yeah, there'll be
on top. You could just be brief, please.
Sure. There'll be a railing installed on top. So it'll be a cable railing installed the length of the wall that wraps from where the wall starts to where the bridge will be installed.
And the asphalt will match to the.
There's going to be some conform. There's always going to be a 6-inch berm just to prevent cars and things like that from potentially going over.
So this sharp 90-degree edge, wasn't chamfered in any way, wasn't curved in any way. Is that going to stay like that?
I'd have to check in with my staff. I'm not entirely clear. I can see it. We'll make it so that it's it's not an obstruction or anything that could potentially cause harm to vehicles or pedestrians or anything like that. So we'll have to take a look and see.
Okay, great. Thank you. It's also a visual. Thank you.
Okay, your next topic.
Yep. So the other project was the Midcoast Multimodal Trail Improvement Project. So the project is basically substantially complete. We're about 95%. We're just working through the remaining punch list items and working with Caltrans to close out our encroachment permit. We did make some drainage improvements up to the trail after the impacts and what we saw from the storms. The bridge was installed earlier in the year, towards the end of February. And then we also installed colored concrete for the majority of the concrete improvements at the request of the council, as well as, so we hope to complete the project in May with the remaining punch list items, and then we'll close it, in April, and we'll be closing it out in May. And then the trail is currently open and being used by the public. Here's photos of the pedestrian bridge for that going in. So as I stated earlier, this bridge had a very interesting delivery. It came from Minnesota. It ended up going through Lake Tahoe and then got stuck on Donner Pass when we had a blizzard at the end of last year. Then it tried to come down Highway 92, got turned around, got rerouted through Santa Cruz, and then came all the way up Highway 1. So a very scenic trip for this bridge, which I think is fitting because it'll be a nice bridge that will be scenic for our folks. This just shows some of the colored concrete that we installed to match the railings of the bridge after it was installed. And then the photo on the left shows the retaining wall that was put in parallel to Highway 1. So we needed to do this to support the trail and then keep it out of the sensitive species, which were in the bushes to the right. The photo on the right shows some of the crossings that were installed. So they're raised crossings at all of the streets that cross the trail as a way to alert drivers of a potential conflict, as well as installing striping. And then we also have striping on the trail to inform users of upcoming crossings. These photos just show the completed retaining wall that I talked about and the guardrail that separates it from Highway 1. And then the bottom photo shows some of the shoulder backing that we installed, which was decomposed granite to support the trail. And that concludes my presentation on that one. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you have on the multimodal project.
If you stop sharing your screen, I'll put up Dan's photo while we take questions.
Well, it's too late. I think it'll be a distraction at this point.
All right. Any questions? We have Sid Young. Sid, can you hear me?
There. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to put the unmute button on, but the slide was covering it. Now I unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. This is for Christoph. Back in January, when we had one of the first big heavy rainstorms and the multimodal trail was still under construction, a lot of the county parks water coming out of Quarry Park was redirected down Columbus over to Santiago. And I followed the path of the stormwater that was coming out of that 500-acre county park. And it actually just went into a storm drain under the road and then down into the Murata Surf East property. So I'm wondering if you guys are aware that the county parks is dumping all that water that eventually just flows downhill onto that brand new $4 million path. And I noticed just recently a whole bunch of white K-rail in front of the, it's kind of stacked up right now, but it's in front of the project site along Highway 1. So if you could let us know if you're going to block off the flow from Murata Surf East with K-rail, or what's the plan to keep the water that the county parks is draining onto Murata Surf East from coming down and over flooding that path every rainstorm that we have?
I'm not aware of any plans for blocking any kind of drainage with K-rail. I think that's a question better suited for our parks department. I mean, when we design our project, right, we take a look at the adjacent watershed and try to accommodate the water that's anticipated. But I can't really speak about Quarry Park or their water issues.
But were you aware of all the rainwater that was coming down onto that path in January? Did you wonder where it came from?
Yeah, I mean, I think we tried to do an analysis subsequent to that big storm event, and then tried to identify drainage improvements where we saw heavy flow. So
recording stopped.
Point of
Recording in progress.
It is a wetland, so that's where the water is supposed to go. It's just that, we had a 100-year storm or 20-year storm, whatever. It's not going to be a normal problem, but that is a wetland, and purpose of that well is to restore the aquifer. So,
well,
I don't see it as a problem.
Let me ask a question here, Christoph. Christoph, when I asked on December 6th who was in charge of stormwater for DPW, I was told the position was vacant. Do you now have that filled? Can you tell us who that is?
I do not know. I believe it's in our road department. So I can follow up with our deputy director in roads to see. I know they're actively working to recruit some positions. I'm not sure if that's. Excuse me?
That Quavo?
Yes.
Okay, I know Quavo. I'll ask him. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dan, do you have a question here?
Yes, I did. It's my understanding the conditions of approval for the multimodal trail were everything related to the trail to blend in with the environment, and that is why the Highway 1, the heavy duty guardrail where the retaining wall was put up, that's why that's brown, and that's why there's colored concrete. The bridge is brown. There's colored concrete on the bridge. Colored concrete everywhere. Yes, so that's why, and that's a good thing. I do have a question. You may not be aware, but Highway 1, the signal at Coronado and Highway 1, ever since they did the island there on Coronado where it comes out, they cut into the road a little bit, and it must have disturbed the induction loop.
Mhm.
And I've talked to the Caltrans signal guys, been out a few times. And I asked him, is that going to be repaired? What's going on? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, we are. So that's one of the conditions of the Caltrans encroachment permit closeout. We're actually going to be installing 4 new loops in that intersection, tying them into the signal, and then also taking an opportunity to repave that section that's pretty beat up. So that will be fixed in the next few weeks is our hope.
Okay, great.
All right.
Thank you.
Scott, I see you have your hand raised physically.
I can't, my computer's not cooperating. So I have 2 comments and then 2 follow-up questions. First off, you guys made a trench on the other side where the open space is flowing down. It doesn't flow over the trail anymore. I think that's fixed. So I don't believe it'll flow over the trail again. And I'm not sure this is your department, but the light, if you're on the trail and you hit the end of the trail where Dan is talking about the light at Surfers Beach, that's a super dangerous intersection for pedestrians because people pulling into El Granada are not used to the walk signal. So people step into the crosswalk and people still make a right turn on red there. So it's just to be aware that's a pretty dangerous intersection for pedestrians. And then my 2 questions are, I call them Jersey barriers. You guys call them K-rails. Okay. That's part of Minerva Construction Company. That's their stuff. And I just wondered when those would be moved because you're done with them, and also all the heavy equipment. When will that be? It's just sitting there, storage area for the heavy equipment.
Yeah. So I can speak to all, I guess, 3 of one of your comments and 2 of your questions. That intersection is owned and maintained by Caltrans. So the Coronado, I think you're talking about Coronado and Highway 1. They would be the ones that own and maintain those signals. So if there's any kind of improvements that you guys are looking for, you could contact Caltrans. The K-rail and the equipment should be removed within the next 2 weeks. Basically, they were leaving it there because we had a punch list that we gave them after our initial walkthrough, and so that's where they didn't want to demobilize from the site in case they needed to use the equipment, which they likely will. And once we're happy with the project and accept it, that's when they'll remove, as part of our punch list, we make sure that they restore all the staging areas, remove any materials, and make sure that the equipment is gone. So I think by the end of April, all of that the project will be complete and all of that will be gone.
Can we ask one more? This is a great 5-minute presentation.
Sorry.
That Christoph has agreed to give us. And we now have questions from Len Erickson and Barbara.
Let's just move it.
All right. Are we going to keep going? We're going to get questions?
I think so.
Okay.
If there's questions,
Len, why don't you ask your question?
Thank you. Len Erickson in El Granada. Near the bridge is a culvert that goes under Highway 1 that's been for many years popular for students and others to cross the highway underneath. When that is back in use in that way, will the bicycle activity, which now has to go up a fairly narrow path, have any bad effect on the whole terrain there?
I'm not sure I understand your question. So
the question was whether bicycle riders who are using the culvert to get under the highway, will their activity present a problem? I know they sort of landscape that area, but it's fairly constrained on the ground below the bridge.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we would not recommend using the culvert. It's not an official type of crossing of Highway 1. I don't see any. I mean, we've hydroseeded that area and tried to control the bank so that there's no erosion issues into the creek. I guess it depends on the use, but I don't see it affecting the bridge abutments or anything like that. I can't really speak about whether it'll have any kind of significant impacts to the bank based on historical uses and the fact that it was used predominantly before, I don't see it being an issue. But again, we don't.
No, I understand. It's an accepted use, hasn't been blocked up physically, so that's why. Thank you.
All right, let me take a question from Barbara, and then let's call it another.
Hi, this is my first, I've attended a couple of meetings over the years, and so I apologize if this question isn't appropriate for this group, but I just wondered, what is the MCC's involvement in Marauder Road in general? I mean, obviously, you're highly involved in the Marauder Road Bridge, but Marauder Road itself, obviously has a lot of problems, and so now we got the bridge fixed or on the way to being fixed, and Marauder Road is ready to fall in the ocean. So, just generally wonder what your involvement with that was.
Well, I'm relatively new to the council. This is only my third year. But my understanding is we represent Marauder, so issues that affect Marauder should be brought to the council, and we will do what we can to support your needs. I'd like to thank Christoph for his time, and that's a good 5 minutes, Christoph. You're on top of a couple of very important projects to the community, as you can see. Thank you very much.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Moving right along, I do see Harvey. Harvey, do you have an update for the council as a government official?
I'll be brief, 5 minutes, I hope, less maybe. April 19th, the City Council of Half Moon Bay is going to have a priority setting session. It's going to start at 9 o'clock, might take all day, where the council decides what is its most important priorities. This is prior to the budget setting so that we know how we can allocate funds. There are a couple of infrastructure items which are going to be considered that do affect the Midcoast. One of them is the proposed Skyway, which some of you may have heard about. This is a long-term project that, if it comes about, will enable people to avoid Highway 92, to get over the hill, and also for people to come to the coast side. This is in its early stages, and we're not sure exactly how a feasibility study will occur, but this is the hope that we can begin to study that. The other infrastructure is something that you're intimately familiar with because Leo Gomez has made his presentation, and that has to do with broadband, community internet, whatever you want to call it, to make us much more resilient with communications. And I'm sure that everybody on the Midcoast is fully aware of the difficulties that we've seen with our internet infrastructure. So that is also going to be considered as a priority, and we'll hope that you, if you're interested, come on the 19th. This is the day after the regular city council meeting on the 18th. And I think Greg is going to be presenting to the council on the 18th some of the ideas about broadband infrastructure. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Glenn has a question.
So the council has passed or ruled that bikes will not be on a certain portion of the coastal trail.
Electric bikes.
Electric bikes. And I assume is Caltrans, who's the authority for the rest of the trail?
Say that again.
Your Half Moon Bay's council took action to remove electric bikes from a section of the coastal trail that they had purview of. For the rest of the coastal trail, who's the authority to address that issue?
My understanding is that the area north of Kelly is the province of state parks, and then north of that is the state parks.
Yes.
I think I got that right.
But do you coordinate with them so there's a uniform policy, or each group does what it feels it should do?
We would like to coordinate, and we intend to talk. But the decision that was made about the section of the coastal trail that's within city limits was made based on a safety analysis of the council, and I'm hopeful, but it's a long stretch, that we can negotiate with state parks and the county to go along with what we have decided is best for the coastal trail.
Our goal is to have no e-bikes on the trail.
Say that again? I'm sorry, I didn't.
The goal then is to have no e-bikes on the trail.
I would hope so.
Okay, thank you.
We also have a question from Sid Young.
Hi, Harvey. 2 weeks ago, I asked if you could check into the outcome of the capital improvement budget that Half Moon Bay put together, and within the parameters of stormwater, it said there were 18 smoke tests done, or during the smoke testing of 6 miles or something, they found 18 properties that were leaking, stormwater wasn't being appropriately added to the sewer. It was 9 of them were on city property and 9 were public. And I asked you to see if you could find out if those have actually been fixed or not, because the language in the thing that you guys have posted online said they will be fixed. So were you able to do that by any chance and find out any more about it?
That's on my list when I talk to the city manager on Tuesday.
Goody. And is that Matthew? Is he back from his foot surgery now?
No, he's
Come on,
still
Sid.
recovering.
Let's just stay focused here. Ann, you had a question?
Barbie, I wanted to state, have you decided any or narrowed down any of the sites for the safe parking?
Again, I didn't quite hear what you said. The state
safe parking program. Have you loaded?
Safe parking.
Have you located spaces for?
That is still being considered. It's the storms delayed finding the right place, and it's going to happen, but it just delayed.
Okay, Dan Haggerty.
Thank you, Harvey. Speaking of safe parking, the parking's been reduced at the Surfers Beach parking lot next to the RV lot from 22 general parking spaces down to 6. For a lot of community members, that's not acceptable. I'm wondering if I understand the project has already started. Wondering if the city council can kind of weigh in on that, do right for the general public, help with that effort. Is that something that I should come to a city council meeting and ask? Well, no, they're not going to answer me. Well, Dan, are you able to comment on that at all, Harvey?
My understanding is the reduction in the parking spaces was an ADA thing, but I'm not absolutely positive of that. I will look into that. Yeah.
For whatever reason, it's a reduction. It's a reduction of safe parking.
Right. I would ask Dan that you consider writing an MCC letter, and then
I'm going to work on that. But right now, I'm just talking to Harvey. Yeah. So thank you, Harvey.
Thank you,
Okay.
Dan.
I don't see any other questions on this government officials. Do we have any other government officials present? Crystal, and you're here. Do you want to say anything?
Oh, thank you. Honestly, I think I'm good. I think if anybody hasn't been able to visit our new website, coastside365.com, we're continuing to build it out and add resources like coastside demographics and all of those things. And for anybody who didn't get a chance, because it conflicted, but the PMAC meeting, Ray was in there and was noting about how his new office is in the harbor and all the good things he plans to bring there. So, yay! Thank you.
Crystal, and
Yes.
I had sent you an email a while back asking about your interest in Community Fiber Network, and you said something positive. I can't remember, but I think I followed up and asked if you'd like to be involved in the work group, and I don't remember a reply.
Oh, I apologize. I think that was around the time that I lost my part-time employee. Yes, I would love to take part.
Okay, good. Well, I'll put you down as a floating member of the work group on our communications infrastructure. Thank you.
What?
Seems like everyone's muted.
Greg, we can't hear you.
The purpose.
Greg, it looks like your microphone is muted on your screen.
Okay. You know what happens is the participant list keeps sorting in real time.
So you got to turn off your.
The participant list keeps floating around in real time. So when I reach somebody to lower their hand or something and click on it, the person I'm looking at is now changed as I hit the click button. And so that's what's going on. Are we okay? Any public comment on matters not on the agenda? Hearing none, that puts us 11 minutes ahead of schedule. Let me just check the chat, see if there's what's in there. Okay, it's a comment about muting and echoing. I think we're fixed. Sid, you wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, I nobody else mentioned it, but I was on the Fire Safe Council meeting today, and they posted I asked them to post the link for the new chipper program since there's so many downed trees on the coast side. So I can post that in the link. I've already put it on Nextdoor, but I'm sure there's a lot of people that probably have branches and fallen wood debris that they're interested in getting chipped for free.
Okay, thank you, Sid. All right, well, with that background, then I'm going to suggest that we move on to the consent agenda. We had two things listed, one of which has got to be changed. The minutes of March 22nd are not finalized. Claire had made some comments that were in the draft and that were not addressed. But the minutes of March 8th are posted and available for consent agenda approval.
I'd like to pull minutes.
You'd like to pull both minutes?
Yes. Let's keep it simple.
Dan has requested to pull both minutes, which we'll discuss them after the regular agenda. Then we also have, if you give me a second here, can the public see my screen showing the draft of a letter supporting the Brown Act changes in AB 817? I will note for the form, I'll have to change the exact titles and address names of the people mentioned, but it's going to the Assembly Member Blanca Pacheco, who sponsored this bill, our Assembly Member Mark Berman, the Speaker of the Assembly, whose name is Rendon, our Senator Josh Becker, and a copy to Supervisor Mueller. And the purpose of this letter is to support the bill making changes in the Brown Act, which would grant us the ability to continue remote participation in our meetings and thus avoid public health issues. You may be aware there's been an outbreak of norovirus, for example, just recently in our community. I also comment here about Senator Becker's bill, which specifically has the wording I've asked for about giving an exemption for people with immunocompromised family members. But his Senate version of a bill doesn't yet mesh and doesn't yet provide the exemption for an unpaid elected advisory board. Okay, so I'm hopeful that between Senator Becker or others in the Senate and members of the Assembly, they can come to a bill that allows us to have the exemptions we've discussed in prior meetings. We'd written a previous letter in support of a bill that would exempt immunocompromised family members and broaden remote participation. So that's on the consent agenda. And so my question is, can we call for a vote on the consent agenda?
So do you need a motion?
We need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Go ahead.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
I second it.
All right. Can we call the roll?
Sure. Greg?
Yes.
I vote yes. Dan?
Yes.
Gus?
Yes.
Kim? She's not allowed to vote.
No, Kim
I
and
think I'm not voting, right?
yeah, Kim and Lair,
And it's just Ann?
but you could put a thumbs up there.
Okay, so let me get almost.
Okay, so that concludes the consent agenda.
So that's 5-0 because Kim can't vote and Claire can't vote.
Right.
Okay.
Today. And I would note that in a feat of marvelous meeting management, we are somehow 7 minutes ahead of schedule in spite of the unruly conduct of the board and public at this meeting. And so it's now time to let our esteemed guest, the supervisor and Dr. Sean McFetteridge. Sean, if you're there, I know we're early. Superintendent, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I've made you a co-host. I hope you can share the screen. If you can't, I have a copy of your PowerPoint on my PC.
Let me work on that since you've got 7 minutes. Let me get that up and running. And I want to thank you all for, and you, Greg, for inviting me, and all of you for agendizing me. That's very kind of you. Give me 1 minute while I open this thing up.
I will just mention as backdrop that there have been 2 bond measures passed in prior years. It goes back a number of years. And just as a member of the public, I had people commenting to me that nothing had been done to the schools up north here in El Granada and Montera. And they were wondering, when and why and what. And I think Sean now has an answer to the question of what's going to be done to the schools up north.
I do indeed. And let me just, I'll get into that. I'm going to answer that question right here. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can you see that?
We can.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to put it from the beginning in slideshows. So here we go. All right. Hopefully that comes up big and clear.
It's fine.
So thanks for the introduction, Greg. I am Sean McFetteridge. I'm a superintendent here in Cabrillo Unified School District. I've had the pleasure and privilege of being called to report to you all previously in years past, and good to see Len Erickson there and the rest of you also. So Greg, thank you for inviting me and getting me agendized. I think this is important for us to share. And Greg, when you said, hey, maybe we should learn more about this and in general, I thought it was a good thing. And so I wanted to bring to you a presentation on the El Granada and Fairlawn View bond modernization projects. And I do think that when I came into the district, the facilities master plan was outdated. We wanted to get the facilities master plan updated because the construction costs can age out. And indeed they had. And so we had our master architect, Quattrochi Kwok and Associates, work with us in that first year I was here on a facilities master plan, just to talk about the timeline and sort of where this was. And again, the reason why we delayed and didn't just build things is because there really wasn't any plan and there wasn't any planning for what that should be built. and we did not believe it made good sense to just willy-nilly. That's not our role. The governing board for us, elected representatives throughout the coast side, at the time, Freya McCammett representing Montera, Kim Hines representing El Granada. Now it's Carmen Daniel representing the north part of that trustee area, Moss Beach and Montera, and still Kim Hines, El Granada. So the rest of the board remains the same. Sophia Lane is our president. Mary Beth Alexander, past president. Kim Hines is our current vice president. Lizette Cortez on the board also. So I presented to them, we don't even know where to begin to spend the money or how to budget the money correctly because the facilities master plan was out of date. So we created another facilities master plan, went through that process, big planning process, presented that to the board, and that was probably in 2019, 2020, probably end of 2020. And so it has been a while because these things take some time, because then the architects have to start working with groups on the campuses to talk about what this looks like. But in November, we presented sort of like this capstone presentation that you see here in front of us, and the title. And I wanted to use this as a way to talk about sort of what the big picture is. I'm happy, Greg, I know you're chairing the meeting, if you want to have people ask questions slide by slide, I can do it that way, or I can wait.
No way. This is an unruly group. You wait, and we'll ask questions at the end.
Oh, my favorite kind, so I'm used to that. Okay, so the agenda for us in November was to review the scopes of work, to look at El Granada Phase 1 and Phase 2 drawings, and Fairlawn View Phase 1 and Phase 2 drawings, and summary costs and schedules, and talk about next steps. And just to give this an overview, Phase 1 and Phase 2, why does it exist that way? Because you can't do it all in one, fell swoop. So I'll walk you through that and talk to you about what these phases look like. If you can see this, we have El Granada at the top and Fairlawn View at the bottom. At El Granada, Phase 1 is building a brand new building that will have coastal views. And that's going to replace deteriorating portables. If anybody knows the El Granada campus, right there where the beautiful, views of the ocean should be on that campus are portables that are aligned in ways that the windows would go north-south and look at rusty old portables. This building, and you'll see a picture of it in a minute, a representation of it in a minute, now will provide views from those classrooms all to the ocean, which we think is important. You'll also see site development, including landscaping upgrades and new student gathering areas. You'll see modernization and upgrades of other existing stick-built classroom buildings. So the modernization part of it is not new construction. That is taking the bones, the buildings that exist there, and basically providing new surfaces, new electrical, new lighting, heat, et cetera, et cetera. So, and it often is the case that you do not want to replace a stick-built building with a new building because it's better for the environment and it's cheaper in cost. And these stick-built classroom buildings there at El Granada actually have pretty good bones. So Phase 1, again, is a brand new building. Picture's worth 1,000 words, or whatever that is, expression. I'll show you in a minute. You'll see temporary housing and playground for student and staff use during construction. When we scrape off these terrible portables near the beach side of the campus, you have to have temporary housing for those classrooms. So we will have portables installed on the campus, and those portables then later will be repurposed into more space, is the plan for extended learning after the school day. So we can do similar to what we've done at Hatch with at Hatch, for example, we built a new kindergarten wing a few years ago. And then when that was completed, we had portables for temporary housing. That then became extra housing, and we actually have our early childhood education and our after-school programs there. It's a fantastic new addition to the Hatch campus. You'll see utility upgrades for these modernization projects. You'll see perimeter security fencing for campus safety. This can be controversial to some people, but after Uvalde and after recent events in this community and elsewhere. This is the standard for California public schools, is to have perimeter security fencing so you can keep unwanted visitors and intruders off campus. And you'll see playground replacement. So that's phase 1 and phase 2. They're currently working to try to get bids for contractors. They were meeting with those folks earlier this week. And that should be happening in summer, early fall, begin to scrape those old portables that are well past their usable life and start the new construction. It will involve and entail trucks and a driveway coming in on the south end of the campus. There's no other way to do it. You couldn't have them coming into the parking lot. So there will be areas where, people will be inconvenienced while they are building the new buildings. Greg, again, I see a hand up and I don't know if you want to take that.
No, just keep rolling.
Okay. Farallon View, just as the big picture here. Again, we have modernization of existing stick-built classroom building and administration offices. That is phase 1. Again, why do we do phase 1, phase 2? Because you can't do it all in the same place because you don't have places for kids and teachers to be. So there's going to be the administration and classroom building that kind of holds the younger grades, kindergarten, et cetera, et cetera. That will be the first building. And now that's a stick-built classroom building. And so people will say, well, why does El Granada get that new building and we get our modernization of our old stick-built classroom building? Again, it's because that is a building that was built. It's stick-built. It's constructed. It's got good bones. It is cheaper, easier, and faster, and more environmentally friendly to do it that way. Then you'll see phase 2 is the same thing for us. Another classroom building on the other side, north of that building, and the multi-purpose room. And then you'll see new covered multi-use space for students and staff, for dining, inclement weather, et cetera, et cetera. Upgrades to the mechanical systems and controls, same as El Granada. Electrical and lighting upgrades, same as El Granada. LED lighting, data, IT, fire alarm. Food service kitchen upgrades, sorely needed at Farallon View. Air filtration system upgrades. And again, perimeter security fencing for campus safety. I'll just say this too, in my first year, and I'm in 3.5 years now here as a superintendent here. My first year, there was a lockdown called by sheriffs at that campus because of an erroneous report of someone with a dangerous object in the Golden Gate Recreation Area. And when I went there after that to talk about fencing, we don't want fencing, et cetera, the feeling tone has changed there, again, because of Uvalde and because of other things in the community. It's a sad place we're in, but anybody who follows the news knows that perimeter fencing is something that modern schools are dealing with because of a host of reasons now. You'll see here, this is the picture of the El Granada site plan. So you'll see phase 1 and phase 2 now illustrated, and I think this is where I said a picture is worth 1,000 words, 10,000 words. I get paid by the word, it seems like. New one-story classroom building, phase 1. If you are not colorblind, this is purple. I think that's purple. I'm kind of colorblind. And then the existing building to be modernized, phase 2, is the pink. And then existing building to remain no work is the gray, and you'll see that in the top right corner. And there's temporary housing also up there in a yellow, those portables. Those temporary housing, again, we'll buy those portables, we'll place those portables, and those portables may well stay so that we have overflow space after the construction is done for expanded learning, after school programs, et cetera, et cetera. And then the new one-story multi-purpose gym, phase 3, which is not funded, is not approved, is a future multi-purpose gym, because you'll see that dashed mark says multi-use building, and that gets demolished in phase 3. Honestly, that would require another bond, but we do name it as a phase 3 because when we were doing the design with staff and faculty and community members there back in 2020, folks did say that the multi-use building could be better, could be bigger, and it also impedes the views of the yard and the field there. And it would also make for a large courtyard. I want to point out here in the phase 1 and those classrooms, the RR refers to restroom, CR refers to classroom, science classroom, art classroom, music classroom. I think there was, when we first went to design on this, and community, especially staff, they wanted dedicated spaces for music, art, and science. And I think since that meeting, they may have decided, let's just make those classrooms, and we'll do art, music, and science somewhere else and not give it so much primacy. But you will see that it's sort of a wing shape or a U shape or a V shape, and it creates a beautiful courtyard in the center of it. And it provides a wind block to the center of the campus. And all those classrooms, because of how it's situated as a wing, will get some ocean views. And then you'll see the rest of it, all the pink, all those buildings in pink, the majority of it will be modernized. And once you get it modernized, new surfaces, et cetera, it is almost like you have a new school. I'll continue, and I can always come back to this. Here is the new building. This is the first phase, phase one, the new construction. And again, you'll see that courtyard. You'll see a student garden. We've worked very hard in the past couple years to make sure that we have Heal Project gardens on all our elementary school campuses. Part of our greening efforts, part of our green ribbon sort of goal setting that we've been doing. So you'll see student gardens, space for raised beds, et cetera, outdoor learning spaces right in front of the ocean views, outdoor learning spaces on the other side. There's a kiln there in case art wants to happen there off the art classroom. You'll see a music classroom, and then that opens up, probably would have a sort of like these garage door, this door that you could open up so that you could actually have the music classroom. People could sit outside and listen. We'll see what happens actually with staff if they actually want to keep that. But you'll see like a staff restroom, storage, breakout spaces, a science lecture hall, of course, we're closer to the ocean, the gender neutral restroom, which is sort of like the standard best practice recommendation now, much like in a restaurant where, you have common sinks, and that is sort of the standard. And there's that. And then this is what it would actually look like. This is the artistic rendering. Remember, this is going to be a brand new building, so it very well may look very much like this. You'll see new concrete, new lawn, in the front there, a place that is seating that could also serve as amphitheater for parents and students. On the left there, you'll see that music classroom with that rolling door that could be secured. You can see the ocean views off the left there and a play structure. It really becomes a way more, if you know the El Granada campus right now, what's there is a bunch of rotting portables. I can't gild that lily. It's just what it is. So I think that this probably gives a good view of how beautiful that school should be. And you'll see places for kids to hang their backpacks, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the architectural drawing. You'll see plantings. The plantings are meant to be California native and to be respectful to the environment. And if you look here, you'll see some more sort of like bells and whistles and features of this plan. Solar rooftops. It will be solar ready. We will continue to look at how that is. New construction law for schools requires that if you build a rooftop, it has to be solar ready. So we've been expanding solar at Hatch and now at Cunha, putting it on the event center, on the parking lot at Hatch. You'll see all the solar rooftop slide is great, but really it's all that native plantings, I think, that is drought tolerant and indigenous to this environment that I think is really the most beautiful. You'll see protected exterior courtyards. That's so in rain or mist, people can walk around the building and have a covered, walkway. You'll see on the right bottom the cross section of new buildings, so you can actually see what that would look like. And you see those new buildings then have views out, and you'll see the breakout room in the middle. And there's usually some side space in these classrooms too, so that people can have group work or tables, et cetera, et cetera. And at the top right, you'll see a corner window niche, however you say that in French, looking to northern daylighting. And the point being is that they've tried to make that corner into a place that you would get a lot of sun in. And so you could have reading groups there. You could have places for students and teachers to sort of get the views and have some ocean, and you'll see these doorways out to the outside there. I'll move on. Next is Farallon View. I'm sorry, I'm trying to move my slide around. So Farallon View Elementary School Phase 1 and Phase 2 outcomes. Now, what I want to talk about is that in El Granada, that was all Phase 1. That was all the new construction, mostly, that you saw the pictures of. This is Phase 1 and Phase 2, and so you'll see this sort of graphic of the first building, that admin classroom building, Building A, Phase 1. I think that's the south end of campus, near the parking lot, right? And so we're going to renovate Building A. And then you'll see also Phase 2 is a darker orange. Phase 2, Classroom Building B, and the multi-purpose. Those get renovated. They get new finishes, updated systems. Again, we keep the buildings as they are, use the bones of those buildings, the foundations and the beams, et cetera, et cetera. You improve the kitchen, you add outdoor space, and you work on new utilities. You will see also in that graphic some tree placement, and you'll see there'll be an upgrade in Phase 2 also to the parking lot. Here is the next slide about Farallon View, and this gives you another picture of sort of what these classrooms can look like. You'll see again, you know, the idea, I think, that you'll have solar tubes so that it can be lighting if there's power outage. We are working and baking into the cake a generator for this classroom, for this school, because sometimes Montera does lose power. Happened a few weeks ago. We had to, you know, and because we have voice over internet protocol for our phones, when they lose power or when we lose internet, which is common on the coast, you know, we've had to actually buy walkie-talkies for teachers up there in emergency cases. But what we hope is that, just like Hatch, if you have these solar tubes, you have these skylights, that you actually will have a very nicely lit classroom with or without power. And then if you see the slide down below, or the graphic down below, you'll see that covered patio and courtyard. El Granada folks got really jealous, I think, actually, when they saw this. They're like, well, we want some of that too. Well, so we'll probably try to work on that too. But you'll see that this gives a space that's a covered courtyard. Again, when there's rain, fog, mist, inclement weather, a place for students to be able to be outside, but to sit and to have a covered courtyard, potentially have solar there too. And if you see the graphic of the 6 classrooms and the admin offices there, you'll see that that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 classrooms. 2 are kindergarten, 2 are one is special day class, special education classroom if needed there, and 3 are regular classrooms. This is all meant to, I mean, if you know our class sizes, it's about 25 to 1, grades K3. So really you could house about 125 kids, half of what is demographically proposed as the maximum enrollment at that school in the next 5-10 years, right in this building. And you'll see a teacher's lounge, records and storage, work area, conference room, a principal's office, a reception workstation, and the lobby. I'll point out that if you look at number 1 on that, that lobby, what that's going to do is that's going to, how do I say this? There's a word in architecture for this, where it greets the public, it funnels the public into that lobby area to bring their kids into school. And also does that so that during the school day, when you have closed your gates and your fencing, if people want to come visit, they don't just go, or if intruders or unwanted visitors or uninvited guests come, they can't just get on the campus. So they would go to the lobby, and you'll see some bathrooms, custodial office, nurse, et cetera, et cetera. You'll see here, this is Phase 2. And you'll see, you know, a mock-up there of the multi-purpose room on the left, where folks eat, and where assemblies, and there's the stage area there, et cetera, et cetera. You'll see a mock-up of the new parking lot, and you'll see the Building B classrooms, which are 1, 2, 3, 4 classrooms, again, at these grades, grades 4 and 5. It's a higher class size, so you'd be able to fit maybe 30, 35 students in each of those. So that's a new that's not a new building. You'll see next to it on the right is the shade structure, and then you see down below that is the multi-purpose room, and the multi-purpose room is going to include kitchen upgrades, upgrades to the multi-purpose room itself, new egress toward the back of that so that you could leave the multi-purpose room, I think, more easily and get to the play yards, et cetera, et cetera. And there's the shade structure, which would provide cover for people moving from what I just showed on the last slide, the admin classroom building, to the building B classrooms or to the multi-purpose. It ostensibly means on a rainy day, you could move back and forth between these buildings and not get rained on. So this is the big summary of costs. And I think this is always a sticker shock for people to see how much this costs. But phase 1 building construction, El Granada Elementary, 7 new classrooms, including the toilet room, is almost $10 million. Phase 1 building site development is building utilities, paving, landscape, about $3.25 million. Phase 1 and 2 infrastructure costs, power, water, sewer technology, $3 million, often, more or less. Playgrounds and play equipment, stuff adds up. You'd be surprised. And the fields chalked up $2.25 million. Temporary facilities costs, the temporary portables with the utilities, $750,000. Actually, we are proposing purchasing those portables and not leasing them because we don't like to get into a lease because you get upside down in a lease. And if by the time you're done with the building, you might as well have bought it. And then the resale is really poor on these buildings. And so if we buy a portable, then you are able to keep it and provide other housing, just like we did with the community hub next to Half Moon Bay Library. We kept that housing. It was actually more cost effective to keep the portable classrooms, these modular classrooms. So there's that there. You got soft costs always. This is a normal number of 25% for inspection, design, permits, consultants, and the escalation costs at 9% for price increases, giving you for total of phase 1, just phase 1 at El Granada is $25,871,000. The board did approve this number in November. Phase 2, there was some kind of concern raised by El Granada folks, and I met with their PTO, and I met with different people on that site to talk about this, and we presented on this in November. And we did say to them, look, we need to get phase 1 underway, and then we need more planning with you on phase 2 for finishes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But we have estimated that phase 2 would be about another $20 million. So the total cost is about $45 million for El Granada, and we will bring that phase 2 when it's ready, when we have the cost estimates, to the board for approval. But our anticipated, and we put this out in a recent proposal, our anticipation is that it will be about $45 million, phase 1 and phase 2 of El Granada Elementary. If you look at Fair Longview Elementary, phase 1 and phase 2 is $11,962,000 for renovations of building A, building B, and the multi-purpose multi-use room. And again, remember, it is less expensive to renovate stick-built buildings than it is to build new. That said, once you renovate these stick-built buildings, you'll feel like you're in a new space because all the surfaces inside will be new carpet, new walls, new ceilings, new lights, skylights, new bathrooms, et cetera, et cetera. You'll see site development, parking, fencing, landscape. Big ticket there for their parking, for their fencing, and their landscape is about $5 million. Infrastructure, water, power, and solar, about 1.8 there. Solar is baked into the cake on that one. We will continue to look for incentives and grants and et cetera, et cetera. Solar there's 2 different fields of thought on that. You can get into a power purchase agreement and you basically, lease and pay for it, and somebody else winds up getting the savings or the money on it, or you can buy it outright. We'll see what, that's a longer discussion, and the board will get choices about whether or not we're going to buy or do a power purchase agreement. Soft costs there, same as before, and that's about $5 million. And then an escalation about 9%. And you'll see that this number is just shy of El Granada, $23 million. But remember, that's phase 1 and phase 2. Now, people say, well, why are the numbers different at El Granada and Fair Lawn View? What I want to remind people of is that we had demographers reports through the facilities master planning too, and we have been seeing declining enrollment, particularly in the Fair Lawn View area. We're actually taking to the board a recommendation for boundary considerations to balance enrollment, but we would like to be able to remind people that El Granada serves over 300 and currently Fair Lawn View serves under 200. So when you start looking at it that way, it kind of makes sense, right? It costs more to do more. It's a bigger job at El Granada. Thus, you have to have 2 phases, and it's a way bigger job. And then the phase 1 and phase 2 at Fair Lawn View, they will do a phase 1 where they will move everybody out of building A and go to portable housing, the existing classrooms that are really in poor shape on the back end of Fair Lawn View, but we've shored them up. And then once that is modernized, then people will move back into that building. From building B, they will go back to that other building. They'll modernize building B, then they'll come back to building B. And then those modular buildings on the back end of Fair Lawn View, I don't know if you guys know where that is. It's not shown on this campus. There it is. You see this, you'll see phase 1, phase 2, but you'll see classroom building C and classroom building D. We're going to get rid of that classroom building D because that's basically they're past their life. Those modulars on the back of right near the field there at Fair Lawn View are not great shape. I'm around 50 years old. So those are the costs. Those are the pictures. This is the summary schedule. The construction documents were completed. Agency review and approval with DSA is underway. I think it is actually getting completed. We're right around that timeline there for El Granada. Bidding is going to happen here in the next couple of weeks on El Granada, still within timeline, but that may be a little stalled. Construction says May 23 to end of July 24. I think because of the talk back and forth and about El Granada plans and phase 1 and phase 2 and how to order that, it may be that construction gets delayed a bit. We will see. And then move in would be July to August of 2024 to have that new building done, which it's 23 now. So I think it would be ambitious, but that is what we're shooting at, is trying to build that new building. Of course, DSA, if you don't know this acronym, that's Division of State Architect. So those are sort of the higher order that we have to report. All school districts have to report to the Division of State Architect, say, here are the plans. It is a higher scrutiny than a lot of Coastal Commission work, but it's something we have to jump through. Plus, we have to consider Coastal Commission too. So there's that. And then Fair Lawn View Elementary School, you'll see the same dates there. Design development already took place. Construction documents already in place. Agency review and approval, DSA, they're on track there. The bidding, actually, Fair Lawn View, those bidders have come in, and we will recommend that to, hopefully we'll recommend both construction firms or one construction firm, if it happens to be one construction firm, in May, maybe June. And then construction starts, boom, and then move in again is July, August 2024. So the next steps, and I'm sorry if I'm rushing through this, anybody who knows me knows I'm hyper caffeinated and a fast talker. But so here we go. The next steps were board approval of cost estimates and schedules as proposed on pages 11, 12. The board has already done that. The submission of construction documents to the DSA, Division of State Architect, it's been done. Construction bidding process supervised by Chief Business Officer Jesus Contreras and his team, underway. Architects, CBO, and staff to engage with El Granada stakeholders, review and provide input on phase 2, the modernization of existing stick-built buildings. That has been underway since November with regular check-ins because the El Granada job is bigger, more complex. Temporary housing for student staff provided before construction starts. Again, we're taking that to the board tomorrow night to buy these portables. And then construction scheduled for move-in by summer of 2024. I don't know. There's the old contractor joke, and don't resent me if you're a contractor, but I think there's the old joke of, there's the first 90% of the job and the second 90% of the job. So my experience of these things is oh yeah, they promise you you're going to be ready to move in, and then it is a rush to the very end trying to say, oh, we're going to meet this timeline. But sometimes I think it's better for us to just say, we're going to aim for this goal, but let's not be myopic about the goal. Let's not let the goal keep us from doing what we need to do. And now,
okay, good.
I'll take
yeah, I want to start off here. You made some reference to some telecommunications issues, and my ears perked up.
Yes.
You know, we have a report that we prepared, and Harvey mentioned earlier in the meeting, we're going to try and enlist help from Half Moon Bay. We're looking into what we can do to improve telecommunications. It may include the formation of a community broadband or fiber network. It could be pushing the string with the oligopoly to get them to approve things. Ray Mueller has been working on this. My ask of you is, if you or your staff have problem statements and concerns about telecommunications that affect the school, please send them to me right away. I want to include them in what the work we're doing is, and we'll get back to you to learn more.
That's music to my ears, and I will tell you that I was just speaking to a Montera resident the week before Easter when we did suffer another power outage up there. It would have been the second this year. And there was a concern about, hey, the phones are voice over internet protocol. We lost power, lost internet. That's when we went and purchased these, walkie-talkies as emergency walkie-talkies, even if they'll only be used 2 or 3 times a year, right? And can issue them up there. We have the same issue up at Kings Mountain. Of course, Kings Mountain, up on the mountain, they really have some concerns. And so they have a generator. Again, I said that we were looking into baking into the cake of Fairlawn View, having a generator there. I don't like it because I don't like to burn diesel and burn dinosaurs. And, we're trying to decarbonize, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do. But Glenn, it's music to my ears that you're talking about telecommunications. I will tell you and the rest of you that I did reach out also to the folks that we're working out with AT&T to add a new monopole and tower at Half Moon Bay High School. I reached out to them 3 years ago and said, hey, this is terrible. When we have a lockdown, if there's no power, if there's no phone access, the phones go down at Fairlawn View. This is really bad. And I suggested, hey, could we put a monopole up on Fairlawn View campus that would help us with our signal and help Montera in general? So if it could be in a place where we could get into that, we'd love to do that. Sometimes there's controversy about this. We have a monopole that is getting changed at Half Moon Bay High School. The city council, I think, or the planning commission had to approve that. It's not easy to do. AT&T, we had contracts. They actually pay us, I think it's public knowledge. I think they pay us $25,000 a year to have that monopole. But if you didn't have that monopole at Half Moon Bay High School, the whole city of Half Moon Bay would really suffer as far as their reception. So I would love Midcoast Council, like you did, Greg, when we asked with this council to support our efforts to get the county to listen to us about stop signs near the school or stop signs in Montera. And I know that's a controversial issue too, as are sidewalks. But this is a concern for us. We would love to partner with you on that, and I'd happily co-author a letter or sign on to a letter if I sign a letter of support for any purpose you have, and we would partner with you. I would recommend to the board certainly that we partner with you for telecommunications improvements.
All right, let's do that. I don't want to hijack this meeting because that would be a detailed discussion. In general, I view education as one of the 10 infrastructure issues we have to deal with out here. And so going forward, we would appreciate working with you on anything you need. And I know we have other members of the council who feel that way. One question from me, and then I'll turn to the other people who have questions. You mentioned in passing using portable classrooms that were no longer needed for temporary schoolroom use as part of Community Hub. I don't think people here are familiar with that concept. And one question is, would that Community Hub concept also be applied up here in Fairlawn? If you could just speak a little bit about what your hopes are for Community Hub.
Yeah. 3 years ago, I recommended to the board when the Cunha Building C debacle finally got resolved, and we were able to move kids back into Cunha and teachers back into Cunha Building C. We had temporary housing, modular buildings, portables, right near the Half Moon Bay library. And the time came up, and we had a decision point. Pay $100,000 to scrape the site and return it as it was and get rid of 6 portables, or pay $200,000 and own the portables. It basically became a $100,000 difference, and we could either have 6 new classrooms for use, or pay $100,000 and have nothing, lose 6 classrooms. So I recommended to the board at that time, hey, better to own the car than to lease the car in that regard. Perfectly good classrooms were used for a short period. We purchased those classrooms, and then through partnering with the Boys and Girls Club and the Cabrillo Education Foundation, with the adult school and with our migrant services, that now is available for community hub use. We also applied for a community schools grant, and so the issue is that's downtown, that's central to town. So now ALAS, Ayudando Latinos a Soñar, Boys and Girls Club, Cabrillo Education Foundation, the adult school, which hosts CSL, citizenship classes, et cetera, we can do telehealth there, we can do health drop-ins there, social emotional well-being, mental health, as well as physical health. So we basically created a space that partners could take advantage of. We already have 2 of those classrooms being used by our migrant office. So we get paid money by the federal government and the state government to offer services to students and families who are immigrants or migrant workers. And so we are able to do that. At some point, it would be in our dream of being able to provide some space on Farallon View for the greater community. The multi-purpose room there, once it is remodeled, that is part of the reason why we wanted to upgrade the kitchen there. Because what we see is a place that in the afternoons and the evenings, that place could be used, whether it's through rental of the facility or partnership and MOUs that we do with our other partners, so that community members could come in and use that space. And that is always open, but it's not really suitable for the public. I mean, you could use it now and people ask for it now, but yes, we would like to do that. Whether, and in a Hatch, for example, they do this now with in the multi-purpose room, they sometimes do some Zumba or some yoga, or other people rent those facilities. Or we have Workshop Education. Workshop Education also rents facilities at Farallon View as a partner, as a contractor, to provide paid for services. So yes, our dream would be, and that was the whole point about the multi-purpose room again, which is, hey, let's make that so that it could be used by the community. That's the whole point of a multi-use room. And El Granado would be the same thing. We would look forward to being able to invite students and families and the public to use those spaces, whether on a paid basis or in a MOU or partnership with us.
Thanks for that. I'd like to take questions from the council. I see Dan Haggerty already has his hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Sean. I got a question for you, Sean. Did you have a community discussion in regards to the perimeter security fencing? I mean, I totally get that we want to provide a safe place for our children. I totally get that. But, there's a lot of things to consider if they needed to evacuate quickly. I think a lot of times these horrible incidents happen from within already. There's a lot of other options that probably could be looked at. Do we want our children to be like growing up what feels like a prison? Do we want to be living next to what feels like a prison? So I really would like to know more details, and have you had a community discussion to fully hear this out from all sides?
Give me 1 second, because they're vacuuming. I'm still at the office. They're vacuuming. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Dan, when we say community, sometimes we refer to different things. For me, that's a school community discussion. And I've had numerous school community discussions, both during the lockdown back in 2019 and since then. And we have baked this into the cake with our engagement with the school communities to talk about planning and design of those classrooms. It is standard in the state of California to have perimeter fencing and to secure perimeters and to make sure that people who are checking into school during the school day do so through a lobby. That is sort of standard practice now. I hear your point about schools like prisons, prisons like schools, and I take that very seriously because I worked at San Quentin State Prison for 5 years. Nothing about the fences, for example, at Cunha Middle School, intermediate school, that were installed last year feel like a prison to me. But then again, I worked in a real prison, so I probably have a different perspective on this than you do. Going in, and I worked on death row for 2 years. I taught ESL at San Quentin. I used to walk on the yard. So, I know what that environment's like. I don't think kids are going to feel like they're in a prison. And I think families have a right to deserve a safe environment. And quite frankly, currently, when you do not have these fences, we do have people come in uninvited. And sometimes we have to call law enforcement, and sometimes they are inebriated. And the nighttime, we've installed security cameras. And before we had secure perimeter fences at Cunha, you would be shocked and horrified at some things you would see at nighttime happening on that campus. It is completely a safety concern, and I do not believe that it is honestly anything but a school community's decision. And these school communities have had those discussions, and it was baked in the cake for the school design. That's my take. In Alameda, we had the same kind of pushback when I was a superintendent there. I remember at Edison Elementary, I'll never forget it. They fought and fought and fought. They did not want the fencing. And then as soon as a man walked on campus and held our principal and psychologist up at knife point in the teacher's lounge, and police had to come, he's now at San Quentin, and kidnapped those two people. The next day I went and had a community meeting, school community meeting, and the PTO said, we must have a fence. If you go to Cunha Intermediate, you'll see those fences are fine. They're not chain link. They're painted black. They're powder coated black. And there are ways to make it open when you want to make it open with gates. And there are ways to close it off when you want to secure the perimeter and keep uninvited guests there. So my quick answer to your question is we've met with school community members, and it's been part of the design process, and we consider our school community, the parents and the staff, the members who would be the arbiters and would guide those discussions. But quite frankly, I could not recommend not putting perimeter fences. I've got people at Hatch Elementary right now saying, after Uvalde, what is the big holdup? The big holdup is Division of State Architect. Anytime you have gates, the Division of State Architect wants to make sure that they are accessible, that they are ADA compliant, but we fully intend, we did it with Cunha Intermediate last year. It was baked into that plan. And I will tell you, anecdotally, Cunha Intermediate, now we have people at Half Moon Bay High School saying, oh my gosh, we wish we had the gates and fences at like Cunha Intermediate does, because you are able to keep your population safe, and you're able to keep your students safe. Cunha is a much safer and a much more controlled place now than it was before you had fences and gates there.
John, would you stop sharing your screen, because I find you're very animated, and it's worth seeing what you're saying.
Oh, yes. Let me stop.
I'm going to move on to other people. We'll come back to you if there's time.
All right, he took up all. I just asked a quick question. Give me a follow-up question.
I'm going to allow other people to ask questions.
Can I just ask a follow-up question?
I'm coming to other people, Dan. Gus, you had a question.
Yeah, two quick ones. First, thank you, Sean. That was very, very informative presentation. One is I saw that you mentioned air filtration at Farallon. I was really pleased to see that, given all that we've gone through over the last few years. I noticed it wasn't listed in the El Granada one. Is that just because you're building all new, and so it's sort of implicitly baked in to the new construction?
Well, actually, so air filtration has been something we've been working on with state and federal grants, ESSER money, or I guess it's ESSER. I keep all the grants that we've gotten through COVID is difficult to keep track of, but every classroom, when we return from remote learning, every classroom has an air filter. Number one, a portable air filter stands tall, clears the room in about, so it's got that. But we are looking at all our HVAC systems, and we are contracted to do that. And yes, that wouldn't just be for Farallon View. That would be for Farallon View and for El Granada. Yes, if it was a sin of omission that if it didn't come up in the other bullet point.
Awesome. And then on the financials, so I saw about 50 million. It looks like allocated between Phase 1 El Granada and Phase 1 and 2 Farallon, leaving a balance of about 27 million. And I think you said you projected 20 million for the Phase 2 El Granada, which leaves about a balance of 7 million ish.
That's right.
Is that correct? Which I just wanted to double check that because I felt the little 9% little fudge factor there for price increases and stuff was incredibly optimistic for a project of that size, and so I just wanted to make sure there is some extra buffer in the budget. So
There is.
Shoot past the
There
bond
is.
out.
There is, and I'm sorry, your name doesn't come up on the screen, so.
So Gus Matamal.
Nice to meet you, Gus. No, it is. It's sort of there is extra money. We were just working with Moody's and ISOM advisors and all those folks recently because these bonds are actually going to come up to sale. We took this to the board last month. Greg, you saw it on the San Mateo County Council. I don't know why they did it in closed agenda, but we are going for the next tranche of bond funding for this money. And Gus, I think it's interesting that you say that that's a conservative, and I agree that we don't know what it will be, but this is the best intention or the best sort of like consideration from Quattro Pequot and Associates and Studio W, and this is kind of like an industry standard for school construction. And quite frankly, those folks, they think it's not conservative. They think it actually may come in under. And we've seen school construction jobs come in under, but I agree with you, Gus, that you don't know what tomorrow will bring, especially if we get thrown into a recession next year and construction costs escalate. So I agree with you entirely, but there is more money available. Of course, there is other money available that we're going to be wanting to put toward the high school and other projects.
Okay. Kimberly, you have your hand up.
Yes, thank you for this presentation. It was very thorough. I just was wondering, maybe you could point me to this spot that this exists in. You didn't mention stormwater runoff or drainage for the construction, and also I know there's a lot of built-in surfaces and native planting, but I wondered if there was permeable pavement or permeable surfaces to absorb water.
So Kimberly, thank you for asking that question. My construction manager, Ronaldo Vezaliza, and a person that we have as a sustainability consultant have been looking at this in particular with underwater cisterns, with rain barrel installation. The runoff is a concern. The way that we've tried to address that is by looking at underwater cisterns, underground cisterns. We are looking for grant money for that. And, you know, I think the native planting will, and that landscape design is a significant cost at El Granada. We think that will help there. I don't have a lot of details on this for you, but I will let you know that we recently applied for a green ribbon designation, which we will hear about in a week now, right around Earth Day. And part of the thing that we wrote in there was our rain barrel catchment. We piloted that at Half Moon Bay High School. We worked with Kings Mountain to create a cistern there that would take it away from the fire department, whatever that nonprofit is up there. We will be looking at the same thing. We will be looking at water. First of all, the district did water conservation a couple years ago where we went to low flow toilets and sinks and urinals at our sites. That will be baked into the cake also. So water conservation is on our mind, but I hear you loud and clear about runoff. I don't have the specifics on that, but it would be about underground cisterns. At the high school, we're looking at CUNY Intermediate, we're looking at, okay, where the water goes and runs, how can we capture that water and use it for irrigation? But it's a bigger story. It's probably not caught in the construction here.
Okay, Sid Young has been waiting the longest as a member of the public. Sid, you want to ask your question?
Yes, and Sean, you might want to jot down the questions, and unless you have a really excellent memory, because I wrote them down, but sometimes we get interrupted as we're talking, and I'd rather you be able to be the one interrupted. First of all,
well, thank you. That's double on.
Maybe Greg won't interrupt you, is what I meant. Looks great. I am so excited.
It's hard to share, Sid, but I've got my notes here. I'll
okay.
Answer your questions.
This part you don't have to write down. I'm just complimenting you that it really looks great. And I was going to ask how soon they're going to start, but it looks like they're really already rolling as far as getting it started. And
Sid, I have delayed this project as long as I could delay it. But again, the only reason I delayed it was because I wanted to get the costs right. I wanted to get the planning right. And because some things do take time.
Yes.
I came in here and looked at the facilities master plan. It was out of date.
Well, that's one of my questions.
Okay.
When you had the facilities master plan originally that you said wasn't up to date, did it cover any improvements to Farallon View or El Granada schools? Because I've lived on the coast since 1988, and I didn't see them putting any money into either of those two schools all this time and all the bond money I've paid in my property taxes. So do you happen to recall in the old outdated plan? And my second question was, it sounds like this is going to require a new bond measure eventually. I saw when you had ISOM advisors on the school board a few weeks back that they took the last tranche out of Measure S. So that's going to be all used up now. How much more money can you use off of Measure M?
Okay.
And, that was my second question, because being a senior citizen now, I really don't want to have payments until I'm dead on these school bonds. But I understand that those two schools really need it. I was kind of wondering the last two questions, really. One is that, do you have plans for residents of the Midcoast to be able to use either schools for emergency evacuation? I know during the CZU lightning strike fire in 2020, they used the Half Moon Bay High School, but I don't know if the public is allowed to come and use the facilities that much. So I know we've given money to the schools from the coastside Midcoast Mitigation Fund, but then later they told us that, we couldn't use the sports fields there for kids to play on because it's the school district and you have to have permission. So that's what I wanted to ask, if you can answer those without cutting us off. Thank you.
That's fine. The Farallon View and El Granada delays are because, when I came into the district, I'll tell you, they kind of did hatch soup to nuts. Sid, you've been, I'll just say it, you've been like a critical friend in this regard. And I've heard you before, and how do I say that? I couldn't agree with you more. I do think personally that had it been my way, and this is terrible. This sounds like I'm throwing my predecessors under the bus, but if I'd had my way, we would have done phase one at Hatch, Farallon View, and El Granada.
That's fair.
In Alameda, that's what we did. But to give you a counter argument on that, in Alameda, when we did that, what people would say is, this is terrible. You're just like putting lipstick on a pig and fixing this building, and you never get a new school. And by the time you go around and get to all of it, then you need to start all over again. So there's two schools of thought. One school of thought is you do one school, and then you do another school, and you do another school. Another school of thought is you do pieces here and there. If it had been me, honestly, 5-10 years ago, I would have done one building at Hatch, one building at El Granada, one building at Farallon View, and then lather, rinse, repeat. That would have been me. But I do believe the old master plan did have some design and sort of schematics on Farallon View and El Granada, but this was always my point with the board. And this is what architects will tell you, and this is best practice. And what chief business officers will tell you. It is crazy to use an outdated facilities master plan and build to it. And it's especially crazy if you don't do a demographic analysis, because had we used the old demographic analysis, you would have built a school twice as big at Farallon View that you need.
They're going to possibly put the mid-pen housing of 71 units, so it might increase your enrollment.
No, Sid, I hear that loud and clear, and that's
Yeah.
why also in the new demographers report that'll be at the board meeting tomorrow night, if you want to review that, that is included. I made sure that our demographer, Tom Williams, included the potential for the new mid-pen housing, as well as the potential for our workforce housing, which we are currently investigating as a potential here on district office for workforce housing, because it is hard to get teachers in a district that doesn't pay as well as other places, because we don't get enough money like other places, especially over the hill, that have 2 or 3 times what we have to spend per student. So let me get to that real quick, because you asked about a new bond measure. Everything
and emergency evacuation.
I have that on my right there on my list too, Sid. Thank you. So on the new bond measure thing, I would say that the new bond measure, if there is a new bond measure, and I would hope that the board would consider a new bond measure, that would be for phase 3 at Farallon View, phase 3 at El Granada, ongoing improvements to Half Moon Bay, and for workforce housing. I would see that as a logical way, and bonds, are the easy way to do that. Much easier than parcel, and the only way to do it, really. So if there was a new bond measure, it wouldn't be for these things that I described. The taxpayers would vote on a new bond measure for next phases of work, phase 3 at the 2 schools up there. My goal would be to have Farallon View, soup to nuts, as beautiful as Hatch. El Granada, soup to nuts, as beautiful as Hatch. Because I think Hatch is a wonderful school. I think it is beautiful. I think all the investment went there. And Sid, this is where you and I agree, I think, is that a lot of energy was spent, and nothing gets Hatch. I don't want people to think I'm hating on Hatch or on Cunha, but a lot of energy was spent on those schools. People will say that Farallon View, El Granada, and the high school have not had that benefit. Pillarcitos, brand new building, but they were in terrible portables, I guess, back in the day. Kings Mountain, there's only 50 kids there, and they're in 3 modular classrooms. They've got plenty of space. I don't think there's a big need there. So back to the big thing is, if there'll be a new bond measure, it won't be for what we just described. ISOM advisors came. We've been meeting with them. We've been trying to make sure that we get our bond rating so it's favorable to taxpayers, favorable to those paying for the bond. And this is just part of keeping the community going. But I am sorry to you, Sid. I will tender this apology to you and to members of the North Coast that Farallon View and El Granada waited. Because if it were me, I think it's best to give a piece to everybody slowly, gradually over time. That's not how it happened. My commitment has always been on Farallon View and El Granada. I will say, too, 3 years ago, people asked me, well, maybe we should close one of those schools. I made the suggestion and recommendation back when Freya McCammett was on the board and she was calling the question. I said, look, I think you should keep your community schools. I think getting everybody from Montera and Moss Beach down to El Granada and on that footprint would be terrible for traffic and not safe. And I don't think the footprint was big enough. So I was the one who recommended to the board that we keep Farallon View, though there are some people who say, it's getting below 200 and, your population's declining. I would suggest that our demographic report shows it declines. Thus, we need to balance enrollment with different boundaries. But I would also suggest that our demographic report shows that if you do have that mid-pen housing, you will have some student generation rate that will be higher than like gentrified single-family homes because of the nature of the sociology and the demographics that happens with affordable housing. Finally, the Midcoast Council resident use during evacuation. Every school district should, I think by law, is supposed to have a partnership with the Red Cross. I've always had a partnership with the Red Cross. My first year here, we met with those guys, and it was guys. I'll just say it. Sorry to gender it. We met with those folks, those individuals, and we re-upped our MOU with the Red Cross. During the time of the fires down in La Honda, Pescadero, that area, when the city and the county called on us and wanted to activate that partnership, we opened up Half Moon Bay High Gym. It was easy to do because we were on remote learning and COVID happened because of COVID, right? After that, we opened up the event center. So we always intend on working with the community as needed during evacuation. You'll know that Farallon View, for example, is, I believe, is a tsunami evacuation site. Yes. And it is high ground. So we would always, well, I would always recommend to the board and take action even without board approval. I'd make phone calls and I would activate our Red Cross agreement so that we could provide evacuation services. We're all emergency workers, and we do believe our schools can be public spaces and can be safe for those who need to evacuate there. And we've acted in that way in close cooperation with the City of Half Moon Bay and the San Mateo County in recent years to do so.
So
I hope that answered it.
wait, on Measure S and Measure M, I don't think you really identified the last tranche that you're pulling down out of Measure S. Is that going to El Granada and Montero, or is that for some other item? You just talked about it with ISOM advisors, and they said they're going to pull it down pretty soon.
Yeah, they're going to go out for sale of those bonds soon to investors. And again, all the money that was on the all the slides on that summary slide that I showed you just now, that's all coming out of current bonds, and that's why we're pulling the money out to use on that.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
So we have Steve Perry, Fran Pollard, and Dan has another question. So we're running out of time here. Steve Terry.
Yeah, hey Greg, thanks for getting this put on the agenda. So I sorry I came in late. I didn't realize this meeting started early. So I missed a little bit of the first half of your presentation, Sean. Sorry about that. I had a question for Greg or for Sean. Is this your presentation document? Is this available anywhere? I looked for it on CUSD and MCC.
It's on the website, on the Midcoast Community Council. And Steve, if you don't find it, email me and I'll send it to you.
All right. I guess I didn't look hard enough. I'll find it.
Steve, if you want to have a personal conversation, I'm happy to meet with you, and I'm also happy to send you a link to this or other information. Happy to have a conversation with you.
Okay, I'm going to take you up on that. Now,
Bring donuts.
I may regret that.
No, best part of my job, Steve.
Yeah.
Okay.
Questions? Well, I want to say you spoke of demographics, and my recollection from like the middle school being involved in that 15, 20 years ago was there was a steady decline. I think the gentrification, as you mentioned a moment ago.
Yes.
But and so I was curious if you had a published detailed document that showed historical numbers and expected populations going forward. Going forward, we have like the ADU requirement and SB 9, and you mentioned mid-band housing.
Yep.
And so I can imagine that there's numbers there. I'd like to see a graph. I'd like to see a simple graph of historical and projected, if you have something like that. Maybe tomorrow night you're going to present that?
Well, look, we've had demographers come over the last 3 years, so we have not actually just one report on that. 2 years ago, we had a report. Last year, we had a report. Had to do a report last year on this because we changed our trustee boundaries. Had to do a report, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, as part of our facilities master planning and right side.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is that something I can find easily somewhere?
Steve, why don't you email me? And I will find those reports for you from Tom Williams, our demographer. And
okay, all right, thank you. I appreciate that. I have one more question. My one more question is, I was wondering if you have a detailed published lighting plan for the El Granada and the Hatch, because the reason I'm asking for that, and Greg's laughing, and probably other folks are too, is because this has been a sore spot for projects on the coast. As you may be aware, you may not be, but it's been a sore spot, and just down the street from El Granada is the fire station, which is as yet an unmitigated disaster as far as its external lighting is concerned. And the community is not happy with it at all. And the community was misled about the lighting of that project. So I was wondering if we could try to avoid that conflict with this project here.
That has certainly been a conversation at El Granada, particularly because of that neighborhood and the sensitivity of the nature of their parking lot being right in front of the ocean. And that's something that we've mitigated in the past, actually, there in that parking lot, because there was some motion sensing lights at Coastside Children's Program. That's something that can be worked on, but I don't have plans for that, the lighting. And again, we'll follow what Division of State Architect and the Coastal Commission approves for us. Because I think the Coastal Commission probably, we have to work with Coastal Commission on these things. And I think the Coastal Commission will have something to say about that.
Not too much, really, not too much to say about it. The Coastal Commission, especially at those locations.
Well, I don't know what else to tell you. That's kind of our higher order.
I would just be looking for a detailed lighting plan in your architectural design.
I don't have it.
That's what I'd be looking for. I
don't have it because there's no real work being done on parking lot at El Granada and Fairlawn View. It's probably too soon to talk about that. I don't have that report for you.
All right, very good. Thanks. That's all I had. Thanks.
Okay, Steve.
Rand Pollard.
Hi, this is Rand Pollard, El Granada, and I'm just wondering if you have had contact with the young families here that need daycare for preschoolers. There's a lot of talk about that. The Granada Community Services District has had a lot of discussions with the young mothers with their little ones, and there's not enough care for the children here, and we're wondering, is there any way you can accommodate a building for them in El Granada School or any of the other schools?
Well, I think there is, number one. Number two, it's not part of phase one. It's not really part of phase two, but we have been having conversations, for example, with Coastside Children's Programs. For years, Coastside Children's Programs has had an agreement with us where they use our space. They provide modular buildings, or they provide the buildings, we provide the space. I get into that kind of arrangement with a lot of people, Boys and Girls Club, and we try to partner well. But with the Coastside Children Program, that certainly is up for discussion. I've spoken to a couple of their board members and their executive director, and happy to have that conversation. However, I think the urgency on that probably has relieved a little bit because, as I understand it, the Granada Granada Community District has now, rumor has it, extended the lease on Picasso, so that concern may be something that gives us a little time, the gift of time. But I will tell you that on the parking lot there where CCP is at El Granada, that has been something where we've said, hey, we would love to have our kindergarten folks and our transitional kindergarten folks all there and create another space for CCP, part of our master plan, if you will, for El Granada. But that's part of the conversation going forward. Again, would probably have to be a phase three. But if CCP were able to figure out how to move their buildings, which are modular and could be done, they just get put on a crane or they get put on a truck and get moved, honestly. Or if we could figure out a place for them, we would be open to doing that.
I would just comment that Fran's question's on point. Ray Mueller has been asked to be involved. And if you were to stay in touch with Ray, I don't know what the revenue and funding implications would be, but I know it has some priority and interest from him. So to the degree you can accommodate in your community hub and other outreach programs, I think that would be much appreciated. Now,
I think the community hub is not really useful to us. I mean, like for preschool at Hatch, CCP has several spaces. The community hub, that space would not work for us. I don't think it could get licensed.
Okay.
It's a capital cost for preschool. We do run our La Costa preschool on the Hatch site also, and for subsidized preschool. But at El Granada and Fairlawn View, CCP does have buildings on Fairlawn View and in El Granada, and we're certainly willing to take that up with CCP because they're our partners in that regard.
All right, good.
Thank you.
Kimberly, did you ask a question again already, or is this a new one, or what?
I just had a quick follow-up to Steve Terry's comment, but I think Dan was waiting before me, right?
Yeah, I know. That's why I asked. Dan, you had another question?
Yeah, I just want to confirm with you, Sean, that it looks like the fencing at Cunha would be an example. Also, just to confirm, there has been no community-wide discussion about perimeter fencing. It's only been within the school district. And how many parents were involved with this discussion?
Dan, you're asking for data and numbers I don't have. And look, I think...
Well, you were there, right?
Dan, with respect, positionally, I feel like you and I have an honest argument and a difference of opinion here. And I feel like you're not asking questions, but you're interrogating to your own point. But with deference and respect to you, I understand your position. We can agree to disagree.
So you can't give me any feedback on how the decision was
Dan, I
made.
did not come prepared to talk about perimeter fences or past meetings,
Okay, all right,
security and
all right.
safety.
I guess that you were there.
No, I've given you my opinion.
Thank you very much. Thank
Dan,
you.
if you're trying to stifle me, it seems like you're accusing me of
No,
what
it's just
to
that-
somebody else of. Now you're trying to interrupt me. That seems kind of hard.
No,
I think
I just get yelled at when ask too many questions. So I touched a nerve, and it's okay.
Dan, with respect to you, we have a difference in opinion.
I get
Thank
that.
you. I understand your opinion. I've shared it. But again, best practice in schools, particularly after Uvalde, particularly after shootings in Half Moon Bay, particularly after all the school shootings we've seen in the country, the best practice in school design is to be able to control your campus and keep intruders off that campus and to keep your students on campus because of a host of concerns. So you may disagree with that.
I get that, Sean. There's many different ways to handle it, and I get it.
If you were a school safety expert, Dan, I think I might probably have more credibility here.
Okay, Kimberly, you had a question?
Yeah, just Mr. McFetridge, just to follow up on Steve Terry's comments about the lighting. I understand that you don't currently have a lighting plan, a detailed lighting plan, but I think it is important to the community that, along the way that you develop one before it goes to the Coastal Commission, because it's much easier to work these things out rather than have community opposition show up at the Coastal Commission meeting. So I'd like to see that happen along the way so that you address those concerns. Thank you.
I will share that with the folks. I'll share that with our architects.
Thank you very much.
Okay, well, so it looks like this was a welcomed session, Sean.
Depends on your standpoint.
You certainly engaged the community. I'm glad we had you on. We have a donut here for you. Do you have enough broadband bandwidth to take that?
No, yeah. No.
All right.
Please divvy it up among you all. Hey, look, I hope I didn't get too pointed. Dan, apologies if our academic pursuits are different here and our opinions differ here. And I didn't mean to stifle your opinion. I just wanted to share mine.
Okay. Sean, thanks very much for coming.
Thanks so much for having me. Thanks for inviting me.
Thanks, Sean.
Okay, so the next agenda item sponsored by Dan Haggerty is the Quarry Park Southridge Fire Road. Dan, I have your letter here. I'm going to share my screen to show it to the community.
Well, thank you. I just want to let the community know that after lots of discovery work on my part and others, I fully understand the importance of the building of the Southridge Fire Road project for the obvious additional fire equipment access, but also providing better access for repairs to the existing roads and trails. The thing that I've come up with a concern is the scarring effect that will be created with removing so many trees and just building a road. So as a result, I came up with a list of 5 items to consider while we're building the road. I started off with the concern of the vegetation. At midpoint, there's going to be a 96-foot diameter cul-de-sac, and I'm asking that they consider putting a vegetation island in the middle to kind of break up just the vast no vegetation zone. And this could also provide shade for and wind protection for any workers, meal breaks, maybe a table up there next to a small tree or whatever. Second, suggesting to give it a natural feel, use available timbers where possible, as small retaining walls wherever possible and feasible, and also use timbers to provide benches wherever at appropriate locations. As far as the gravel road, in the past I have made some comments about concerns with the gravel road. I understand we need a strong road. A lot of other parks have dirt roads and a really kind of a natural trail feel. So I'm suggesting that a earth tone gravel rather than the common gray gravel, which a lot of times come out very white when it's very light color. This is the road that's going to be built in an area where there's not going to be a lot of trees left. So there's not going to be a lot of needles falling. That's going to stay gray for decades. So if we start out with a earth tone, we try to source a earth tone class 2 base gravel or top coat somehow to give it a natural earth color. So let's see. Also, number 4, the concern about saving any existing native varieties that could be replanted after the road is completed. Obviously, if we've got a planting something with a significant root ball, it's gonna be easier. It's gonna come back easier. It's already got substantial growth to it. Won't be vulnerable for drying out and having to give a lot of TLC. Anyway, there's that, and then the last item was just making sure that we utilize as many wood chips as possible to spread out to hold the moisture into the soil, enhance the enhance the vegetation growth in the future. We want that hillside to come back. We're not exactly sure how it's going to look, what's going to be growing. So the letter that's posted here essentially covers all I just kind of went through detail. 5 items that are in there. I think the letter is good, and I will back up the erosion. It's in there. I think there was some community concerns about erosion. I'm personally not concerned about erosion. I know that the engineers are going to do a great job in designing this. Nobody would want to have erosion, so we could leave it in there or not. But I think that overall the letter's good, and I suggest that encourage the council to approve it. Do we have any questions? So maybe some people in the community that want to ask.
Is it not proper process here for us to call for a motion in a second and then discuss approving this letter?
We can do that.
Okay, so do I have a motion to approve this letter?
Sure, I'll move.
Who seconds?
I second it.
All right, we have a motion and a second. And so, Dan, thank you for that introduction. And now I guess we'll go around the council and see what kind of comments and thoughts we have about this letter. Start with you, Gus.
I worked with Dan a little to put the language of the letter together, so I'm certainly on board with it. I think it captures all the concerns that we heard about. I actually just did I'm using that Civic Bell thing, trying to get used to that. I did a little poll of the community, and 77-23 approve of it. So
you got 100 people to
well, it's a percent.
Oh, percentage. Okay, so there were 7 people, and I got it.
Either 7 or 14,
5-2 or something. Okay, all right.
Anyway, but that also sort of like roughly 3 out of 4 like vibes with just from like the casual conversations that I've had. Seems fine. So anyway, I think it captures the concerns, and I would also vote to approve it.
And
I was going to say, similarly, I think the letter's very good. And then I was going to say, there's a lot of discussion about runoff. So is that, and I'm sorry, I need to check, was that also included, or would that be something?
The runoff meaning erosion, or?
Well,
so there's going to be a drainage system. Is Hannah?
It's right there.
Okay. She may be able to comment on that, but it's going to be engineered, and Department of Public Works will be, so they're going to do a good job. They're going to have the drainage system. I have asked for more detailed information, but it wasn't provided for some reason. So I would ask that specific question maybe to Hannah. Drainage. Okay.
Scott?
I support the letter. I think it's great. Dan has his suggestions, and I would definitely support. And I would add one more comment about this, the fire road. There's a rumor that Cal Fire did a wind study a little while back, and they decided that this is very necessary for fighting fires there, due to the way the winds flow at that time of the year when there's a fire burden out there. So, like I said, I support it and I'm ready to go.
So we have Melinda wanting to make a comment, but before she does, I'll make mine. Dan, I assume you've made your comments already, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I think the letter's fine. I particularly like changing the color of the gravel, etc. I would defer to the experts at Parks about some of the suggestions here. Okay. Putting the islands in the middle of the turnarounds as an example. I will comment that the entire issue of stormwater control of Quarry Park is a bigger deal than this road. It's possible, maybe you know that eucalyptus trees are used to drain swamps in Australia and other countries. So by removing as many eucalyptus as we have for the valid reasons of wildfire reduction, we may have accentuated a problem with runoff from Quarry Park. That'll be another agenda item another day, where we're going to talk about the whole issue of stormwater. And there obviously is an immediate issue at the mouth of Quarry Park on Santa Maria and El Granado, which we've heard about several times. Okay, so in general, I favor the letter. I'm not going to ask for any changes at this time, although I do think follow-up is necessary on the issue of stormwater runoff. I want to give Kimberly and Claire, who are not here in person, a chance to raise any concerns or questions. Anything from either of you ladies?
I agree that some of the final decisions should be really in the purview of people doing the work, but I have no problem with the general tenor of the letter.
Kimberly, anything?
I'm also okay with the letter. Thank you.
Okay, good. And Hannah, before I let you talk, maybe it's productive to let Melinda from El Granada Advocates make her talk. Melinda?
Thank you, Greg. Yeah, so I'm with representing El Granada Advocates, and we advocate to preserve the natural spaces in El Granada to help mitigate for climate change and severe weather. And I had a discussion with Hannah, and I asked a lot of questions, and she answered them fantastically. There were just a couple things that I wanted to add that you might want to consider for the letter, and then I had another question for Hannah. We actually got out there and walked the land and checked out the area that's going to have the footprint of the road made. And we absolutely think it's important for safety. I want to just put that out there. And we're not trying to delay the project at all. But there are things that we wanted MCC and the public to consider and the county parks to consider. She clarified that the only vegetation that's going to be taken out is in the footprint of the road, which is great. So there'll still be some trees there and vegetation on the sides of the road. So it's not going to have a lot of impact, she said, when you look up from that cul-de-sac for the neighborhood, which is great. She also said that she would be able to be a point of contact for the neighborhood if they had questions about it, which I think is great. And I just think maybe potentially future, maybe clearer communication with the community or the neighborhood with the parks would be really a good thing to have for the neighbors if they have questions. The things to add really were that communication to the coast side about the trucks coming in and out. Because it might interfere with that school traffic that we have, and it might interfere with the traffic that we have, the regular rush hour traffic. The other thing to add, I think my question to add is for Hannah, and actually I'll just leave that to last. I think I would say our biggest asks are to have some kind of landscaping consideration for future projects to make sure, I think we all agree we want the coastside to be beautiful and El Granada to stay beautiful. So to have some kind of consideration for the landscape design, maybe something to show the community so we can see what it's going to look like. And potentially funding for replanting of natives or whatever's appropriate in the area if it becomes denuded. And I think the question that I have really is just, I wasn't clear on where the road that the trucks are going to be using that's coming into town. So is it going to be the road? Is it going to be Medio where the trucks are coming through, or is it going to be? Are they going to be coming through the signal light at El Granada?
So I have a dilemma here. Steve Terry has a question, but Hannah's also available to talk. Why don't I let Steve ask his question, and then we'll come to Hannah.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I just 2 quick comments, hopefully. One is, it sounds like Gus and Dan wrote this letter up. I really like it. I think you guys did a really good job with it. So thank you for that. And the second thing is sort of like stepping back from this project a little bit and thinking back about the Quarry Park and how, I would love to hear Fran's comments on this too, because she was instrumental in sort of the founding of Quarry Park as a community park. It started out as a community park. And it was just a little fire road that the community made into a community park. And that slowly, and then I went to sleep for about 10 or 15 years, and that turned into a county park. Now it's a county park. And I just want, from perspective, I hope everyone's keeping the perspective that this is another trailhead, if you will, to the county park. And over time, there's going to be pressure to develop that trailhead. And so I'm hoping that people who are involved in this will keep that in mind. Like, what does it look like right at the end of, what is that, Coronado Road there? What is it going to look like 5-10 years from now at the end of Coronado when this becomes a popular trailhead? And that's really my only comment. I don't have suggestions or anything like that, but I'm just hoping you all keep it in mind as you go through all the thinking here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hannah, did you want to respond? Melinda had a question or two for you.
Yeah, and let me know if you want me to chime in on anything regarding the letter. Yeah, Melinda, in terms of your specific question about the vehicle access, I was just looking at the map to confirm. I would imagine all of the vehicle access would come through the Medio Avenue route up to Coronado, because the primary staging area for the project is at the bottom of the project area, just off of Coronado and inside the park. So I imagine they would access primarily from those neighborhood streets rather than coming into El Granada and then driving through the park. There probably will be some access from inside the park where they come up through South Ridge and then access from the top, but I think the majority or the primary access would be through coming in up Highway 1 on Medio and up to Coronado that way. In terms of the letter and the comments and things that we discussed as well, Melinda, in terms of erosion and runoff, the road compared to the other park roads we have, a lot of those are like legacy roads that were built long before the property became a park, so can't confirm that they were built with the same kind of engineering design that this road has. So this section of I-road that we have will have a lot more intentional drainage infrastructure built into the road and help avoid erosion and runoff issues and help divert surface runoff right onto the hillside adjacent to it rather than letting it run directly down the road and into the neighborhood. So that as part of the erosion control measures and the drainage design for the road. For the natural feel, we are, as mentioned, we are really only focusing on removal of vegetation within the footprint of where the road will go and where there will be some cut slopes created. So everything right up to the edge of that will still remain vegetated. And so visually, it will look very similar to other roads and trails within the park in terms of the natural feel. You'll still have trees and understory vegetation growing right up to the edge of the road. We won't be removing vegetation in excess of that. And I know we had some discussions about recycling vegetation and trying to salvage some native vegetation. And that's something I'm happy to discuss more with our Department of Public Works team and our, when we get into the construction phases. The only real concern I have, not really concern, but just thing that we need to balance in terms of that component is whether or not it would significantly slow down the pace of the project or add additional cost. And so I don't think that salvaging all of the vegetation would be feasible, but there may be select individuals, good, healthy shrub species or other nice natives that are scattered throughout that area where it's, more selective. And so that's something that we'll need to discuss further through the process and once we start working with contractors, but it's something that I'm certainly able to raise as part of the process and, express as a desire from the community. For the gravel, I believe I would need to confirm with our Department of Public Works as well what they've used as the spec in their engineer's estimate right now for the cost and what different suppliers provide in terms of a base rock tone that has like that earth tone. But that's certainly something that we can look at and consider in the essentially the specs for that material, see what's available in terms of a class 2 base rock that has a more natural tone rather than the typical gray cover. Speaking with some of our staff, the option of putting more like native fill on top of the base rock is less preferred because you end up with a bit more of like a muddy surface. But if there's existing suppliers that have an earth toned rock, that would be, I think, the better option to still make sure we're not compromising like the surface material essentially. So that is certainly something we can look into in terms of procuring a more earth toned rock instead of the typical gray. And then for the cul-de-sac and the vegetation island, I would just need to be able to confirm with CAL FIRE and haven't had an opportunity to do that, that wouldn't conflict with the use of that cul-de-sac, but understand certainly the desire to make that look more visually appealing, have a natural feel, have a vegetated surround around that cul-de-sac area. And so that's something that we can confirm or discuss and make sure there are potential options or no concerns of conflict with the use of the cul-de-sac with that type of proposal.
Hannah, when would it be reasonable to expect you to get back to us? A month? What?
So some of these things won't be known, like in terms of the gravel color or the salvage of the vegetation won't be known until we start actually getting bids and working with the contractor and being able to compare costs. So that would be, after the point in time where we're looking at, securing our coastal development permit, finalizing the CEQA process, other things in terms of, discussing the cul-de-sac and that clarification with CAL FIRE requirements. I should be able to do sooner and provide an email back about that. But I think, as the letter is worded, I interpret that as, something to take into consideration and see if there's other opportunities, if there is conflict, to be able to reduce the visual improve the natural feel or the vegetated feel around that cul-de-sac in other ways if the suggestion of a vegetation island in the center isn't feasible.
Melinda, did you want to ask another question?
I actually just wanted to say thank you to Hannah and Dan. Hannah has been great to work with, very open to answering questions, and also is here. And when I talk to her, very open to our asks and to researching whether they're doable or not. And I appreciate that. And I also think Dan's letter is good, and I agree with the points on his letter. And I appreciate his work on this. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. And Hannah, I also appreciate your flexibility in showing up late notice for this.
Yeah, absolutely not a problem.
Okay, so
one more question for Hannah.
More question for Hannah.
Yeah,
from
just
Dan.
really quick. In fact, Hannah, you don't have to give me an answer now, but just a thought. I'm just through the discussion just tonight. The first time I've been thinking this through. Large, heavy loaded trailer trucks making a right turn at Medio would almost have to come to a complete stop before they turn with this new multimodal trail and the curves that are right. So I'll stop it there. Dude, that's going to be problematic. And also coming out and leaving, you're just have to stop the road, traffic to get trucks in and out. Where might be more feasible. I'm not the one that's obviously just another suggestion for tonight. Possibly consider maybe a temporary access road at the end of Coronado. That way that the trucks could get off the road, come to a reasonable speed before they make a turn, and and then just repair all that stuff when it's all said and done. Just a thought, but I see making the turns at Medio in the physical shape it's in now problematic. We'll see.
Sid,
thank you.
Sid Young, final comment.
Off topic, but Hannah, Nicholas gave a presentation yesterday to the Board of Supervisors, and he didn't mention the Seal Cove stairs needing repair, but it's still closed and roped off. So do you have any update about that at the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve?
As far as I'm aware, those are repaired and it is open now. I believe it was I believe it was the end of March. It was right up to the 31st that we had the wood. We had to get special milled timber, and that our maintenance staff was able to repair. They had to come back and fix the railings at the bottom, but the actual steps were installed at the end of March, and that access point is open.
No, this weekend I stopped to look and it was still taped off, and people said they were stepping over the tape. So,
okay.
By the way,
I can confirm that then.
Okay.
Sorry,
thank you.
Yeah.
All right. I think it's time to move to a vote. Seeing any objection, hearing none. You ready to call a vote?
Sure. Greg?
Yes.
Gus?
Yes.
Ann?
Yes.
I'm a yes. And
yes.
Okay.
And just for the record, we previously had Claire and Kimberly indicate they were supporting it as well. Okay. The next agenda item is finalizing MCC coverages and assignments. We asked you all to update this spreadsheet, and I'm going to share my screen. I am pleased to say, let me know if this doesn't work right. Have a full council, and I can't tell you how glad I am to have Kimberly and Ann joining us. I guess I will go through this slowly, just scrolling down, and I'll ask any council member who feels that they are not properly reflected to tell me so we can correct it right now. And I want to start by mentioning, Claire, you are the one with the biggest single task to carry in plan review. And I just want to be sure that you are okay with you and Ann being the planning review committee. Do you need more help? I don't know. Claire's still with us. Can't see on this computer.
Okay, hold on. we have had 3 people in the past. I don't know if people are really up to speed enough to know that whether they want to do this or not. It's great that Ann wants to. I was thinking that either Gus or Kimberly might have the background to step into this fairly easily, but I don't know if they're interested.
Well, let me make a comment that, we won't be on the council forever. And so it is important that we, get a couple of other people who will probably remain on the council for an extended period of time capable of doing this. So I would ask somebody else to volunteer. I don't know who that would be. And if you're not ready to do it at this moment, fine. But I would like to flag that this is an important task. It's the first one on the list.
And it's a lot of work. But and it does help to have some background, and I am thinking those 2 people, but that doesn't have to be either of those 2 people. It could be somebody else.
And you can partition the work, right? If there's 3 of you, you can divide the work into pieces.
Actually, what we've tended to do is all of us look at everything and then we compare notes. But
oh, wow.
It helps to have three heads looking.
All right. Well, I don't want to push too hard on this, but I do want to recognize that. Okay, Kimberly raised her hand.
I just have a question for Claire, and that is, how many hours would you estimate weekly?
It's very erratic. We had a huge swell of referrals at the beginning of the year. Right now, there's nothing pending. When and if the affordable housing complex goes through, they're going to suck up all of the allotted possible approvals. So we're going to have nothing to do at that point. So it's very variable.
I'm a little nervous. I don't mind being a third on there, but I'm a little nervous about it just because of the bandwidth that I have. So,
yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, you can always not do it when you're too busy, right?
Yeah. I mean, there's certainly been times when, that's why it's good to have everybody look at everything, because oftentimes there's one person that really isn't available. So it guarantees that there's 2 people at least looking at it closely.
And while we're on this, the next 2 items down. Oh, Gus wanted to say something?
Yeah. What if the 4 of us were allocated to it, but only 3 of us ever worked on any one individual? So you would still have 3 eyes on it, but I also would worry a little bit about just the bandwidth to do all of them all the time, but we'd be willing to do some of them some of the time. So if Kimberly and I were both doing that, then I think you would always have 3 people.
Why don't we all kind of talk offline about how to handle that?
Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah, we're allowed to.
Well, so
actually, with 4 of us, we could.
There's not an action pending before the board when you guys discuss this, so we'll clarify that with Tim Fox. Right?
Okay, sure.
What do you say, Claire? Should I put Gus's name in there for now or not?
Yeah, put it in for now, and then we'll all get our act together and figure out how that might or might not work.
Well, then one question I have is that 2 items down is the COSIDE Design Review Committee liaison and so forth. I don't understand what applicant interviews with supervisor are.
That's a very rare thing, and I think it actually didn't happen most recently. It should have. Apparently, everybody who gets appointed to serve on the CDRC is supposed to be vetted, at least informally, by at least one member of the MCC. And in the past, when I was chair a long time ago, I met with Don to interview people that were candidates for the CDRC, and we jointly interviewed them. But that didn't happen most recently. They just put several new people on CDRC with no MCC input. So that's something that needs to be clarified.
Well, now that function there seems a little bit overlapping with the planning reviews, and I'm wondering, don't we need another name learning that process with you or not?
Yeah, it does overlap, and it probably should. In actuality, what we've traditionally done is looked at the CDRC agenda at least and made sure that there was nothing that got on their agenda that didn't already come through us. So we're already reviewing it, so it should be part of that same group.
Ann, can I put your name down on that since you're okay? Great. Quarry Park Murata Surf Master Plan Liaison Lenz volunteered. He's here. Okay.
Yeah, I've already been to one of the parks meetings last week, so.
All right, so
I try to sneak in.
So Scott will be the liaison, and Len, you have your name. All right. I'm going to skip the post office mail pickup, unless somebody wants to mention it. And then we have agenda posting, and Ann has already started Moss Beach, so you're off the hook there, Claire. I'll skip all the technical stuff. I don't care about Facebook. Maybe it's just me. Does anybody care? Okay. Next door, Claire and I both look occasionally. Ann has volunteered and had bought the donuts to help Dan with the setup, so she's being cross-trained there. Nobody's going to be doing Zoom except me until I get a volunteer. All right. Feel free to volunteer. Next year, this will be really important because when I get off the council, somebody's got to be able to do everything I'm doing. And I don't know who that's going to be. I think I properly recorded Lisa as maintaining the office files, which she's already doing. Do we need anybody else? No. Okay. Audio-visual equipment transport and setup for hybrid meetings. Well, I'm doing that in a way. I'm bringing this extra screen, which allows me to hopefully manage the meetings better and so forth. This is an MCC screen. It'll live after I'm gone, but at some point somebody will have to take that over. We've got the minutes, the Gmail account, the website. Scott, you agreed to be cross-trained on that, huh? Gosh darn it, that's going to be great.
I guess I did.
Wait till I show you how easy it is.
Okay.
Meeting binder and printed materials. Okay, there's an issue here that I just want to touch on briefly. This was a dialogue I had with Tim Fox and another attorney. It turns out that under certain conditions, we have to have printed copies of materials for our agenda kept in an office for the public to inspect. Well, the office we have is a storage room at the airport with no paid
Not on site.
No. Somewhere. It doesn't have to, what's on site. Okay. The question is where
we're having the meeting?
No. Where we consider our offices. Okay. So the idea that we would print out our materials and stick them in the storage room at the airport where there's no light at night and there's no paved access to the door and it's got a combination is ridiculous. I'm ignoring this for now. But when Ray tells us it's okay to meet at the Harbor Village office and he's going to have staff there, then I'm going to direct the county council to raise people and say, look, your staff is going to have to be the one that's going to have to print off these materials and keep them for public inspection. All right. That's going to be my approach. I just want to make you aware there's a legal requirement there that we're not going to.
So in the past, we printed them and had a binder here in this space.
That is not the requirement. I can share.
Just telling you that's how it was in the past. And I think if you read between the lines.
Claire's hands up. Claire's hands up. Claire, did you say something?
I'm sorry. The binder attended the meetings, but it was kept at the office at the airport.
Okay, but the issue is have it available for public inspection in the days preceding the meeting. That is the requirement.
So I got to ask you this: is there how long do you have to retain a document? Do you know the answer to that?
I do not, and I don't want to even ask. Okay, I think we might have covered it before, but feel free to write a letter or an email to Tim Fox and ask that question.
And it's the same stuff that's posted on the website.
Right, it's got to be the same as on the website. Going down here, is there anything else in the next section that people want to talk about? Anybody else want to follow the Board of Supervisors?
Sure, I'll follow Board of Supervisors.
Are you sure you have time to do this?
Yeah, well, just to give you an idea, yesterday's meeting? It started at 9 and didn't end until 2:30. I spent the
Well, so the assignment is to read the agenda, decide if there's something material we should be involved in, and then to audit that, which might involve listening to a recording of the meeting or reading those materials. You're doing much more than is required by attending the whole meeting. But yeah, things are happening, and we can discuss that a little more later when we discuss your report. All right.
So I'll continue.
Okay. Resource Conservation District, I'm hoping Michelle Weil, who was here and is an associate director now, is going to be our representative there.
That role, with respect to what you're asking about.
I have an old email from her agreeing to this, but you're right, I should refresh it. Is there an MCC member who's so interested in the Resource Conservation District, which has helped us on wildfire, that they would have their name put down here?
I could be an alternate if you want. I do attend those meetings sometimes, but not all the time.
Well, okay, the request is to be aware of what's going on enough to wake us up when there's something to do. Okay?
Okay.
That's good enough for me, Kimberly. I'll put you down as an alternate. And I'll put you in touch with Michelle. Oh, good. I just blacked everything out.
It's from the community standpoint, it's the fire side that's the most concerned because they do a lot out in the parks themselves, which we're interested in, but that's quite different than looking at it as a home.
Okay. There are a couple of things here Len has agreed to continue to handle, including the Fire Safe Council San Mateo and Firewise Communities. Do you want to you bundle? What's the third one you can bundle? You can put your name on the RCD. Okay. Does anybody else want to be involved with the Department of Public Works besides me?
So again, that's highway. So.
Well, that it's also stormwater, which is okay. You want to put your name down there, Len? Okay.
You can put mine on there too. Can I have a quick interject?
Yes.
Some people want some way to cross one near Medio where I live. Is there an opportunity for me, if I was on this, to work on something like that? You mentioned earlier the culvert that we go through.
Right.
If they end up closing that because they might do that,
I think what he said, the reality has been for years, recognize it's there. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's recognized that it's in use.
Yeah.
There's never been an effort, nor did he even speak of it, as to in some way fence it off. So people are not, so basically they turn the other cheek, if you will. The concern I was raising to him is with the bridge and the way they've landscaped it, bicycles coming through could create some problems for it, just in terms of what they would do.
Okay.
But I think what he said in effect is that would be what it is. So
but like I said, I'm interested in getting across the highway there. And so if I'm on this, I might be able to make an impact.
Well,
and I might suggest something more permanent to cross one at Medio. So is that the appropriate place?
Well, there was a large, I'd hope to actually close the loop here. There's a resident there, a woman who has to ride a recumbent bike, handicapped. And so she was really a focused person for the lack of safety there. She'd gone very high up in Caltrans to get attention, and Caltrans came and proposed to have a crosswalk there, which was really considered undesirable, and so it was withdrawn. And it's still there as part of the multi-asset, but it's just very problematic to have a crosswalk. So I would expect that'll come up as a consideration. The question I had for her, now that what we told her is that the multimodal trail will be done. And so what I'd hope to do for the meeting, but I wasn't able to reach her and say, well, look, does it work for you? Because her thought is, you get on the multimodal trail, she can go down to the crosswalk and do it. As far as an actual crosswalk there, it's very problematic, but that would be a Caltrans issue.
Well, I don't want to get into the issues, but I will say one general thing. Your name does not have to be on one of these roads to bring an issue of concern up to the council. There's no reason, that somebody who's not involved can't register a concern. Okay. So there's no reason. In scanning down this list, it looks to me like we have appropriate people assigned. If there's anybody here or watching that believes that this is not properly delegated, please speak up.
Does that mean leave my hand raised and wait to be recognized, or just speak up now?
I didn't know your hand was raised, Sid.
I know, I could tell. You did forget that there was the Midcoast Community Council is supposed to be taking care of the highway in the Moss Beach area, and I don't see it on the list.
I think you mean item 7, I-7 on.
Sorry, you scrolled down. I mean, it wasn't. I couldn't see it before, so thank you.
Okay.
And
we don't have Barbara Matheson's agreement yet. Are you volunteering, Sid, as a community member to take on this effort?
I didn't say that. I said I would be happy to join the effort. I'm not taking on the effort, but had I stayed on the MCC, I probably would have. And the only other thing I was just going to mention is, now I forgot. You scrolled around and my eye was on it, but it's gone. Oh, well.
All right. Well, look, this will be published and posted to the MCC website, as it has been in prior years when Lisa started it. And so it will be visible to everybody. Okay. All right. I don't want to take too much more time on this because I think we've covered it. I do want to mention this, and this is an issue which sort of melds into council activity. I'm proposing that there are 10 infrastructure issues that we need to work on. You may remember Ray Mueller introduced the concept of a coastside resilient infrastructure strategic plan, and we would have work groups. You've seen we already have a report out of Leo Gomez, right? And there's a whole bunch of things to talk about there, but that's a working group. I've also got people like Burnett Silveria, if I'm pronouncing it right, and possibly a mechanical engineer who lives in Seal Cove near Sid to work on stormwater. So that's something that's coming up. And so I'm hoping that we will have a bunch of people doing analysis and producing actionable reports, okay, like we did on telecommunications, like I'm going to do on stormwater, and so on. I also think in schools, we're going to see the fallout from what Sean wants, more bond measures, this and that and the other thing. There's going to be funding issues coming, okay? And I think there's more infrastructure to discuss there. And then there are these other issues. Now, Len, you're here, so I'm going to jump down to transportation, okay? So one of these work groups needs to be on transportation, which for better or worse crosses over into other things. It crosses over into evacuation and wildfire and emergency preparedness. It crosses over into stormwater because you saw what happened at the airport on December 31st when there was a lake there and people couldn't use the highway without risking their engines failing. So transportation means a lot of things, not just mobility. It also includes safety, right? So Len, do you want to say something about the work group on transportation?
Yes.
You know?
But first, a question about your infrastructure. So a report has been produced. It has a title that it's a report to COSIDE leadership. It has you as editor. It's been distributed some, but what's its status from an MCC standpoint?
Let's discuss that immediately following when we get into council activity. I have some very pointed questions about what we do now, protocol-wise. Okay.
So, urgency as an important issue. I'm more concerned and focused on the construction of transportation elements, and we're way behind there. The county last year published their Connect the Coastside, and had both ultimately supported by the Board of Supervisors, but the MCC wrote a letter on it. But basically, at 200 and some pages, it's really hard to get down to the actual items there. And so today in the review, you found a letter about the Midcoast transportation demand element. This is a transportation authority funded project, and it has errors in it. It misstates things in part. But from the community standpoint, well, from the council standpoint, it's not on the roadmap at all.
You mean we're not aware of it?
We're aware of it. It's sitting there on the website and mentioned, but and I've kept track of the status. Now, what I propose to do is have 3 MCC members that we had last time. Both Dan and Gus raised their hand to do it, And then I reached out to Kimberly because I know she had interest there. So that those three people would be a work group to spend time on the issues. And a lot of this involves taking things one by one, and really addressing them. So, and that's that framework. I think I would characterize it as those are three MCC members there. From a work group standpoint, there may be people in the community who want to be involved as well. And with respect to my role, I view it more as, let's say, an advisor to it, because I've worked in this for about 12 or 13 years here. So both bringing background and connections, but one of the members himself, could be a lead there. But that's the core group. I know also Lisa, trying to keep the website up to date, has the issue that many of the transportation related projects need to update as well. So and basically you've got Caltrans, you've got trails, and you have the interior roads of the communities all fall under that.
Okay. Before I put Kimberly's name down here, I'd like to see Kimberly agree that her name should be on this.
Well, I'm a little confused because I see Dan's name on there and Gus. And Lynn, I think what we spoke about was the Highway 1 section in El Granada at Surfers Beach.
Well, there are three names on it this way. There's Dan, Gus, and
you.
You. But my role is more as an advisor. I'm not an MCC member, so the constraint is you have to have no more than 3 MCC members there. So you fit.
Well, keep in mind, Kimberly could get involved issue by issue on anything she wants to. We just need to appoint ad hoc. But as a permanent work group, the question is, Kimberly, are you wanting to be on this?
If you think it's needed, I'm happy to do that.
Greg?
Right now, I'm trying to figure out what my bandwidth is, so I'm happy to give it a shot. And then if we need to change it around, we can.
Okay. Can I say one thing, Greg? Yesterday, Ann Rothman, this was on the Board of Supervisors meeting, and Ann Rothman said she wished that that the transportation demand management funding that they just passed out, including Half Moon Bay, have MCC involvement. So you might ask her to be on it. And the other thing I forgot to mention before is that currently the San Mateo County Parks Commission is in person only in Redwood City at 4 p.m. in the afternoon. So whoever's on that agreed to be on that meeting is, at least for now, not good. You're gonna have to drive over there.
All right. Well, let me do this then. Kimberly, since you were reluctant, I'm going to put Ann's name down there. Ann is nodding her head. Is that okay? Not that you couldn't be involved on any single issue, like the Surfers Beach accommodations we're going to need, etc.
Well, sure. We're going to start there. So I'm looking for people who would be involved immediately.
All right. He's looking for people to be involved immediately. He's going to start on Surfers Beach. So Kimberly, that does.
I'm happy to participate on Surfers Beach, Lynn.
Okay, good. We'll leave it that way. And of course, Kimberly, I have you down here on Harbor and Shoreline with Lisa Ketchum, but I don't have any other council member interested in the Harbor and Shoreline things. Gus will totally do that. What? Dan will totally do that?
I thought I was on there.
No, I'm sorry, Dan. I didn't see your name edited in there.
I saw it somewhere.
Well, you're on there now. Wait a minute. Give me a second. Gus and Dan. Okay, so now the healthcare one was brought up, by the way, by Chris Johnson. That's why his name is here. He raised the issue that we don't have a real clinic or hospital out here. We have what do you want to call it? Senior citizens thing that last I looked had 6 beds and no staff permanently on site, etc. So I don't know who's interested in working on making a change to our healthcare infrastructure from the MCC Council, but that was the concern.
I'd be happy to do that.
Claire would be happy and is most qualified, I might point out.
I'm also working with the age-friendly communities healthcare planning group, so they would dovetail pretty well.
Okay, I see your hand raised. Did you want to say something else?
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say regarding what Sid said about the Parks Commission meetings being inaccessible. We were notified today that they have changed their meeting location in order to be have their meetings be hybrid. So that's going to be happening.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's good news. Okay, on power, that's really mostly PG&E, and I have a problem with PG&E. And Gus wants to be on that. Okay, I think there's a lot to be said about that. I won't say it all now, but I think my goal for these work groups is for you each to define some deliverables, okay, and a work plan, and get started. I could share with you, and I will shortly, some of what's going on in the areas I'm concerned with. But these are your areas of responsibility to define, and bring to the council. And that's, I hope we'll make some progress. Okay. Fran Pollard, your hand is up.
Yeah, I was just wondering, I guess you're allowing outside members that aren't on the board to participate in some of these. I'd like to be included in some of the Quarry Park issues.
Are you talking about the stormwater issues from Quarry Park, for example, or other things?
And, everything that goes on in Quarry Park. Just whatever is being with the RCD and the fire situation, the trees, and the storm. I think Burnett probably wants to be with the.
Well, Burnett already agreed to help me out on the stormwater and then the Quarry
So I'll
Park.
take the other issues.
Okay, good. I put you down, Fran. Of course, every one of these work groups, my intention is to try and draw in a bunch of community people. For instance, on wildfire, I think we have a half a dozen people who have long-standing interest and participation. I would really hope that there's going to be a real group. Keith Mangold right now is the only one on wildfire who's spoken up to me, but I'm expecting to hear more. I hope to hear more from some of the other wildfire warriors. Burnett, you're raising your hand?
Yes, it's kind of related to what Fran just said. One of the concerns we had about Quarry Park, and I guess it goes into the transportation, is that the parking issues that were actually put into made a critical element of the master plan, but then disregarded when they actually put it into play, was the off-site parking, as well as the increased traffic and the traffic controls. Like we said before, there's not even a stop sign at the park entrance. I don't know if you want to somewhat mix that into one of those areas as a particular point or an example, as we were talking about doing potentially with the runoff from Quarry Park.
I don't want to mix it with stormwater, but the community is welcome to email us about any issue that they wish to have agendized and have action on. And if Quarry Park parking is one of them, please explain what you want, and we'll hold a session and ask Parks and others to attend. Okay? That doesn't require the work group as a whole. That's what I'd call a single issue.
Right. I was just saying if you wanted to use it as an example of, it's not as big an issue as transportation as a whole on the coast, but it is related to the transportation issue. Anyway, right. Yes, I understand. Thank you. We will look into that.
All right, Burnett, I look forward to your assessment of the stormwater runoff in El Granada that you already started. Okay, so I think we're good for now. This is obviously always open to change. There's nothing cast in concrete, as Kimberly pointed out. I mean, she might volunteer for something and find that she just doesn't have the bandwidth when push comes to shove. That's totally understood. We all have lives. I'd like to move to council activity. I have a lot to say, and some of it is not going to be good. So I would prefer to let Ann have a brief explanation of the work she's done, and then I'll go into it. And at that point, Len, we'll start to talk about your issue about, so what? We've written these reports, who are we sending them to, with what kind of endorsement? And, so, all right, Ann, did you want to speak on what you saw at the Board of Supervisors?
Yeah, there was a lot. So I'll try to condense it to the things that really pertain to the coast. The most important things anyway. As it was mentioned about the Parks Commission meetings, as of the next meeting, it will be hybrid. And the county is working to make all meetings hybrid. So
I put your notes up there on the screen. Share it with them.
Oh, these are my new notes from that was the meeting before. And
Oh,
I had
okay.
these
All right.
new notes
All right,
from
go ahead.
yesterday's meeting.
Sorry.
That is,
Go ahead.
yeah, so sorry about that. I was going to say, if you wanted, this just happened yesterday, so I will get those posted next. But let's see. And then they did give an update on the park system, and they were saying the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve, the Darnell Bridge has to be replaced. They will hear May 5th if they received the funding that they need, but it has been requested. And they expect to, hopefully, as long as, I guess, the part under the bridge, as long as that still is usable, they will just place a new bridge on top. They'll remove the old one and replace it with a new one. But if there's been any more damage underneath, everything will have to be replaced. And so the timetable will change for that. Quarry Park, they said that there were so many down trees that they are currently stacked 8 feet high. They have not given a timetable for the tree removal as of yet. There is a focus right now at Coyote Point Park because they've had the most damage, and Curiosity has been without a power, and they have wildlife there, and so they're really trying to get them back up and running, and they may not even have power until at least June. So that's that. And then let's see. There was an interesting program that they had. The Measure K funds were given in the amount of $100,000 to South San Francisco. And it's a program that it gives bicycles to children in need. And it had 350 children are going to receive decathlon mountain bikes, helmets, combination locks, bike pumps, kickstands, and then they were going to allow the kids to decorate the bike. And then they're also doing a bike rodeo where they're teaching the children bike safety and how to ride bikes for those who don't know how. And they're going to even work with the police to register their bicycles. But it's a program that I thought would be great for the kids on the coast, especially with the trails being opened and being able to use the multimodal trails. I think it would be great to see if we can get some funding for our kids here on the coast.
So you should write a letter that we would then consider voting on and forwarding.
Perfect.
So
I am. Yeah, I think it would be really great. And then let's see. As far as the fireworks ordinances, this might pertain. It's probably more important in Pacifica since they kind of have the safe and sane, but for the illegal fireworks that go off on the 4th of July, they did increase fines, particularly in areas where there's daycares or schools, long-term care facilities, or Humane Society animal rescue areas. So they said that they do not typically issue fines. It's really more for those people who have done this repeatedly. However, at the discretion of the police, people can be cited, and the fines, if they are cited, the fines have increased. And also parents are now responsible for their children. So if the children are out shooting off these illegal fireworks, their parents can be held liable for the actions of the children and subsequently fined. The big point of contention was the ICE. They decided not to use any county resources.
Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement.
Immigration and authorities. Yep, that was it. And what's interesting, though, is that our representative, Ray Mueller, did not vote for it because people who commit murder, rape, and some really serious crimes, they are not willing to work with ICE. So he did not vote for that, but it did pass from the other board members that they would not work with ICE basically under any circumstances. And the sheriff was in favor of this ordinance. So
is that it?
So I think that's it.
So what we just had here was Ann give us a report on what the county is doing, because we don't have anybody from the county coming here to tell us what the county is doing. I just want to punctuate that. So I would like to move on, and I'm going to be asking for advice of counsel as opposed to legal counsel I mean, COUNCIL, if I'm spelling that right. Here's what I've been working on. And this is to Len's point, which is like, so what? On the communications infrastructure, I reached out to Harvey and to Matthew Chidester, the Half Moon Bay city manager, and to Crystalline, and I received favorable reaction to the idea of exploring a community fiber network for the communications issues we have. And to me, if we build the fiber network right, we solve the cell phone problem also, because we could use voice over IP, right? And a fiber network apparently has certain advantages. If the end nodes have power, it will work, even if electricity goes down. So for those people who have battery or backup generators, or those little dongles that fit in your electric vehicle that you can run a cord into your house on, you could, in an emergency, still call 911 because the fiber network would work. Okay. So Leo and I met with Cruise.io, which used to be called coastside.net here. They've done fiber optics, fiber community, fiber network in Santa Cruz. And they gave us some guidelines about what we should be looking at doing. They're interested in expanding their franchise up here further. I think they're worried in a way they'll be going out of business if they don't, because AT&T copper wire is going to be going away, right? And less support. That applies also to Sonic.net. I reached out to them and I haven't heard back. So I'm looking for a partner to work with us on this who has some network management experience, decide what kind of grants we can get and so forth. I sent the report that Leo and I, but Leo mostly prepared. I think he did it in February. We had his presentation like March 8th or something. And I sent it to Ray on March 27th. And I asked him about what progress he had made on meetings he supposedly had held with Anna Eshoo, the Congresswoman, Becker, Berman, Caltrans, and the vendors. And I heard it was a very contentious meeting. I also spoke to some of Berman's new assistant for our area, okay, because there was turnover there, just like at the chief of staff at Ray's office. And she said, yes, she was in on those meetings, but she didn't want to give me an update. She wanted me to get it from Ray. And the reason I want an update is before we go mailing out this report to all the players, the CPUC, the vendors, and say, what do you think? What are you going to do about this? I wanted to find out if there was already something on the table being done. In fact, I'm hearing that it's been represented through Comcast in writing that, oh, no, we can't build a fiber through the tunnel. It's impossible. And then, of course, Leo's report says AT&T already has one. And that's in dispute. Okay. I talked to an AT&T technician on the ground today. He says, well, there's fiber going right up to the tunnel from both directions, but I can't tell you that it goes through the tunnel. Okay, because I haven't been involved in laying it or seeing it. But it goes all the way up to the maintenance shacks south of the tunnel that, we're on that side road. And that's what the fiber there drives the monitoring equipment for the tunnel. So, is there one through the tunnel? Is it impossible? What is Ray doing? What should we ask or not ask? We don't want to look stupid. So he talked to me on April 3rd. I listed, when can we have a retreat? What's the story on these meetings? What's an update? He said, I have an email on that. I'll share it with you tonight. I never got it. I wrote his new assistant, Gina, the next day. I talked to her in person the day after that, and I still don't have it. And we still don't have a date for a retreat. Okay. And as I said, the Berman aide won't disclose those telecommunication meeting notes, but she confirmed it. She was at Sunland. So I don't think we can sit on this report anymore. This is where you get to the sense of the council. I think we need to send it to the CPUC and say, what about those guidelines that you're not enforcing? We need to send it to AT&T and Comcast and the internet companies and say, do you agree that we have properly identified the network? Do you agree these are concerns? What do you plan to do about it? And I don't see waiting anymore. But I want to get a sense of the council on this. And Kimberly and Claire, this includes you guys too. Is it okay if I write a letter, or do I have to come back to the council on April 26th at our next meeting? If I have template letters drafted up for every one of these people, we're going to wait 2 more weeks for me to send it out. What do you think we should do with that? Council, Claire, Kimberly, who wants to talk? Claire. You're on mute, Claire.
I say go for it.
Okay.
What's the downside of sending it?
Well, it's just that it isn't on letterhead. I can't send it out on MCC letterhead. I can only send it out as chair. You with me? I don't have a problem with sending it. I have a bias for action.
Well, it's as an individual as instead of the whole council.
Right. That's the point.
Be clear on that. Right.
That's my point.
And so you can do whatever you want as an individual.
Yeah.
Right.
You don't have a problem with me sending it out?
You would reference, we've already dealt with this in the council, and you are following up now as an individual.
Okay.
But if you do, right?
Yeah.
And then they don't get a response, we'll look at the letter in the next meeting and then put it on our letterhead and send it again.
That is so reasonable. I can't imagine. So I will send these things out tomorrow, and we'll know whether we're going to need to write another letter. Okay, great. Now, interestingly, that will lead me to jump to the sewer thing. You may not be aware, but for a year and a half, the Sewer Authority Midcoast side refused to conduct a study to analyze why the sewer was overflowing. Anybody who knows anything about that knows that the flows from the north are not the problem. In fact, the pipeline from the north was shut off several times, and the plant is still flooding. The water is coming from ground intrusion somewhere around Half Moon Bay. It is also possible that there's leaks at the end of the IPS, but those leaks have to be after the meters because the meters are showing there's not a problem. Half Moon Bay had done a report that they claimed showed it couldn't be them, but they wouldn't disclose the report. And then there were some hints and meetings from Half Moon Bay that maybe that report wasn't right and modeling needed to be fixed. And Half Moon Bay just recently agreed to do a geomorphology study on their agenda, which is maybe a little hint that they're starting to think that they might have an issue. But I can't speak for them. What I can tell you then is that they weren't going to discuss this at SAM. So remember, we wrote a letter. And that requested public discussion on the agenda of doing a study of the causes of these overflows. As a result, they had a staff report and they publicly discussed it. Okay. And it was a little bit contentious with Half Moon Bay, but they had to agree to do it, right? I mean, there's obvious things going on. What happened since then is they argued about the scope of the study, and I don't know what happened behind the scenes and not. But what's come out of that is a $25,000 study, which is really small, but it's within the general manager's spending authority. So I think that's why it's only $25,000. Kishin is doing the study, and it's restricted to studying the water hammer. Now, the water hammer is what happens when you all of a sudden pressurize or depressurize your garden hoses, or you have a stopper on the line, or sometimes the pipes in your house will hear this gonking sound. It's a pressure wave. That is most likely what caused the 4 million gallon spill and broke all the IPS pipes that were already probably weakened and were going to have to be replaced anyway. But it accelerated $10 million of asset replenishment, and it led to a spill that could cost $40 million in fines if those are enforced. Okay, so a study is merited, and that letter triggered at least the beginnings of that study. Now, what comes out of the water hammer study, we'll have to see. So I would call all of that begrudging progress, but we need to stay tuned because those are huge dollar amounts, and every one of the agencies, Montera, GCSD, and Half Moon Bay, is worried about the budgetary impact of that and viability of the same sewer. All right, so there's an update. Begrudging progress, a little bit of good news. On stormwater, Burnett has already agreed to look at El Granada, and he's written some very detailed letters, convincing letters about the stormwater system on Santa Maria coming out of Quarry Park. A woman named Betsy, whose last name I can never remember, so I won't repeat it, is a mechanical engineer in Seal Cove. She's also got some problems. I said, would you consider writing them up and become part of a member? I hope to get members of the community in every jurisdiction to report their problems so that we can compile an assessment of the stormwater issues we face. I will tell you that a member of the county has already pushed back on this and said, you don't have a real problem. Your people weren't forced out of their houses like the people somewhere else. Certainly down at Moon Ridge and Oak Street, which is technically Half Moon Bay jurisdiction. What I propose to do is to include Moon Ridge and Oak Street and the CPUC potentially caused overflow of Dulcidos Creek in this report. But fundamentally, the issue is, what is the planning process and management process for stormwater in the county? I don't know. And there was nobody in charge. And there was no capacity assessment for the Midcoast when I asked on December 6th. And I have unanswered emails on this issue to DPW. So on April 26th, we're going to have a guy from CCAG, City and County Association of Governments, come to the meeting and talk about what they've done with stormwater in other cities. It might be a step toward what the best practice for the county should be. But we're going to need more people involved, gather more information, and then there's protocol questions. I have some questions about, well, where's all the money that we should have collected for stormwater? Where's it been spent? How much is it? Should it be more? What are you basing the assessment on? I want to write Steve Monowitz about those questions. Do I do it on my own? Do I write a letter for the MCC and we wait till April 26th for me to ask those questions? Or do we do what you just said and I write it and we wait and see if we haven't gotten a reply? Okay. But we need to understand there's just like there wasn't that parks thing in Sidneytown where the money was collected and who knew where it went. I think we have a similar issue with stormwater. And I don't know that it's a problem with planning. It could be they don't have the right asset foundation numbers on which to base an assessment. It could be because we don't have a stormwater assessment with current prices on what the current value of that infrastructure is. We're not collecting enough money. Okay. It could be that DPW isn't doing enough stormwater maintenance and development because they're not given the money from planning. I just don't know. Okay. But I think we have to ask these questions in public at some point because I do think we have stormwater issues. So, Greg, what's the sense of the county?
I'm actually, my house flooded. I'm out of my house currently.
Would you please write that to me?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I just wanted to make another. I'm been good with suggestions tonight. Just a suggestion. I see how you're going about this whole thing. Have you thought about just focusing on knowing who's responsible for which drainage, like Caltrans drainage ditches? Focus on them. We know what Department of Public Works is responsible for. And then, focus on that instead of having such a broad, almost, very complicated approach.
I guarantee you we will, as we identify each of the problem areas, first in Canoff and Montero, Carlo Street and Moss Beach, the road across from the airport.
Well, maybe that's the first step. Identifying.
We will do that, and we will then go after the agency in question. It's a Caltrans question here.
Go after? That's not a collaborative. Okay.
All right.
Okay. I would encourage more of a collaborative approach as opposed to an attacking approach. That's just me.
Okay. It's good to hear, Dan. Claire, you see the humor in that? You want to say something?
Just muted. See the humor in that. I'm all on Dan's side in this case. I see a difference between this and what we just talked about, because of what we just talked about with the telecommunications, we have a report, we have a lot of information. We want to share it with people who can help us we can help them take the next piece of action. This is big and nebulous, and people are not cooperating, and we don't have anything to offer. We just have questions, and I think that we should be more careful and not have you go off on your own on this.
Okay. Other council members?
I need to put a bit of a contradictory remark out there. We need to remember that we tend to build our houses where the water flows down in some instances without thinking about how this is going to be mitigated when there's a storm. When I ride my bike around and look at the water flowing out of Quarry Park in the various places, I can't believe that it goes nearly under some houses in spots. And when they built the roads, it just runs off into the street. So we build our houses where the water comes. It's not the water's fault. It's not the mountain's fault. We build our house. We need to take responsibility for that.
Yeah, we build it on soil that doesn't drain.
Build it on soil that doesn't drain. So I don't know what to do other than, what would you do? Dig up the streets and put in underground canals to run the water away?
What I would do is have a study.
Absolutely.
I got a sump pump in my house. So I'm not the only one.
I have a sump pump in my house too, and it ran a lot. But
automatic.
We gotta take responsibility. We put our houses where the water is.
Well, and
You know.
to take responsibility, the county has permitted construction of impermeable surfaces for decades.
Yes.
Without, in my opinion, funding the stormwater infrastructure, that's to deal with it. And the guidelines they've issued, I'm trying to get a professional review of them, but my take is you can't take away half of the impermeable surface on a lot, build a house in a driveway, and expect to catch all of that stormwater in the accommodations that the drainage manual says you have to make. And I've talked to architects about this, and they say it's laughable. Landscape architects, it's laughable. The accommodations are required, they're not maintained, they don't work anyway. The science doesn't justify it. So there's a lot going on.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, a lot of times ideas come up and it takes 10 years to figure out that they're bad ideas. It happens a lot.
Okay. Crystal, do you want to comment on this?
Yeah, sorry. I got a little distracted, so I apologize if this is not relevant. But the chamber, I should have mentioned this earlier, the chamber's currently running a storm damage survey that is open to the entire coastside, residents, businesses, everybody. There is a question on there of their geographical location, and then we will publish a report. The survey closes on the 30th. So if that helps you with some of your identification needs, that is forthcoming, and the survey is available from the homepage of coastside365.com.
Can you put that link on the chat?
Yes, I can. I'll do that right now.
So that would include the Oak Street residents in Half Moon Bay, for instance?
Yeah, the survey is open to all the way from the tunnel to past Pescadero. I mean, anybody on the coast side.
I would love to see that when it's done, too.
Yeah.
Burnett, you had a comment, question?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. I think it was Scott that was talking about building houses in the areas where the water was. First of all, I just wanted to say, the county so unpermitted this to be done in the first place. I live in a house that was previously owned by my parents. My parents bought it in, I think, around 1990. It's never been as the water that once was trickling down the street is now flooding down the street. So it's changed over the years, for one thing. The other thing, if you have walked around up there in the park, Scott, and taken a look around, I went up there right after the big storm in January, and I was quite surprised at how many of the erosion control that they have for the roads and stuff, and for other areas. If you go up there and you see all these ditches and so on that are up there, and the spillways and all that, are all dumping more and more water into these areas that then run and drain off into Santa Maria. So I understand what you're saying, but it wasn't a problem like when my parents first moved into this house, and it hadn't been a problem for many years. But in recent years, it's been really bad. And I don't know, one person said one time that when some stuff was built up there, they had culverts and they diverted water and so on, so it wasn't so bad, and they haven't kept those up over the years. I don't know. I've never gone back that far up in the hills. And if you have driven down the highway as far as taking responsibility, you'll see that there's sandbags along the whole front of my property. I'm 71 years old, and I'm out there humping sandbags to help protect my property. I've also been talking to Nicholas Calderon when we first talked about it. I couldn't talk about other people, but I'd be willing to help pay for whatever needed to be done to solve the problem. The other issue is, if you look at the problem we've had in here on Santa Maria, they solved half the problem. The problem used to run down Santa Maria, down to the corner, down to the Alameda, then off to Avenue Cabrillo, and then down to Avenue Alhambra, where there was a drain. They put that underground all the way from Avenue Alhambra up to the Alameda, but they stopped there. They didn't go up and solve the problem from the origination, which was from the park. So that's just a little background of what's going to happen over the years that my family's lived on Santa Maria. Thanks.
Burnett is describing one chapter of what will be the stormwater report.
So I can't believe the water is still flowing so vigorously out of Meadow Creek. And then the next creek over that flows into the open space. And then the one you're talking about that's coming out of the main entrance to Quarry Park, it's still flowing through there.
Yep.
It's
now,
let's calm down.
I have to recognize Sid Young. And Sid, before I recognize you, I want to just say I would welcome another series of emails from you because I know you know a bunch of stormwater stuff. In prior years, you'd sent me pictures. So I'd love to have you work on this group, but at least contribute your problem statement. But go ahead.
I will try to, because I was going to mention I'd be interested. I don't want to make myself too, what's the word? Busy, but that is one issue that, I mean, I know Fran really well, and I really saw how all of the things in the Quarry Park master plan, all the public meetings they had, it was brought up year after year before they got the master plan together, and then at the community meetings, and then they just completely ignored it and rolled right past it when it was time for the to get it approved on Don Horsley's last day in office. So they completely just shoved it to the side and ignored it all. But Lisa Ketchum pointed out to me that if you go on the MCC website under, I think it's Public Works. I'm not looking at the website right now, but you can scroll down and you can find the drainage reports on the MCC website, and they have the whole map of all the storm drains in El Granada and where they run off. And that Quarry Park master plan thing said that they called it for the longest time Deer Creek, and that's not where Deer Creek is. And so told Lisa I saw that they call it the Santa Maria drainage. And she pointed me, I saw that on a Half Bay drainage website or map. And then she pointed out to me right on the MCC website that there's the storm drain inventory, and right on that map, it's very detailed. You can zoom in on it. It shows that the Santa Maria drainage is about 300 acres, maybe 256 or something acreage, that all comes down out of the park completely unabated because they never dealt with it. And that is, I'm sorry, but that is just wrong. And so I would like to be on that committee to fight for those poor neighbors on Santa Maria. But Catherine Slater Carter was on the storm water committee for the county when they did some silly ass, I don't know what they did. You have to talk to her, but they finally came out with a report, but then they did nothing. They said they had no money, but that's through the Department of Public Works. Ann Stillman is the the director of Public Works. And she won't answer my emails about stormwater. But while I was on the CCAG stormwater, Zoom meeting about 3 months ago, I don't think they had one recently. I heard that there was a grant program through CCAG that you can get to mitigate stormwater. But
we're going to talk about
county
that.
Never applied for it. So
we're going to talk about that on April 26th when we.
Well, I think they might even have a meeting coming up this next week or two. But other cities, CCAG is more city centric, but the county does sit on it. But I'm afraid they're not really keeping track of what Quarry Park needs when they're sitting on the CCAG meeting. But anyway,
you brought up a good point that I didn't mention when I was rambling. I am reaching out to other agencies, GCSD, MWSD, and SAM, and probably Half Moon Bay, to ask them to contribute their observations to the problem statement and potentially join on this work group. And I have some early indications that MWSD will, but I can't speak for everybody. So it won't just be an MCC report. It'll certainly be if there's problems in the water and sewer districts, you would think they would want to contribute to understanding this problem, whether it's Half Moon Bay stormwater or the county stormwater, and I believe it's both. Okay.
Well, believe me, if you go on your own MCC website and read through all the old past reports, you will see that they do this little song and dance about, looking into it, and then they don't do anything. They don't fund it. So that's the problem. They're kicking the can down the road.
All right, Sid, thanks. I've seen that myself.
Yeah.
All right. Now we move on to, and I take pleasure in saying 10 minutes early, to planning future agendas. The first thing I want to mention is that it was traditional in the past that we had.
We're going to talk about the item I pulled.
Oh, thank you, Dan. You pulled the minutes. Dan, okay, we now talk about the minutes of March 8th.
Yeah, so the concern was adding a word or just it says in the minutes, under parking, it says more parking. It's a little confusing. Is that one of the items that I'm that we're calling out as more parking? So just to clarify it, I recommend just saying, we need more parking at the harbor parking lot.
Okay.
Or insufficient, that was the idea. There was a community member that thought that. I didn't.
Would you approve those minutes if he makes that a change to the March 8th?
More parking needed. That's probably just add needed after more parking.
Let me have tomorrow remind me.
Okay.
And I'll fix it and resubmit it to you.
Well, let's take a vote right now on whether we can approve those minutes.
Just put the minutes up and then we have to put it back on, right? Because we only have half the minutes anyway, right?
Well, okay, all right.
Should we just do it one time, the easiest, simplest way?
I was trying to get one meeting out of the way, but
it's my suggestion.
Okay, well, we'll take your suggestion as to amending the minutes. Okay, what do we do? Anybody care?
I have a strong feeling about it, but can't we just approve the minutes as amended?
What a brilliant idea! I think I said that. Does anybody? What do the rest of you think?
Was that a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
So we vote?
Yeah, let's vote.
Okay, Greg?
I vote to approve the minutes as amended with Dan's correction.
Okay.
Second, yes.
And?
Yes.
Me?
Yes.
5-0.
Okay, so you still owe us March 22nd.
Right. Call me to remind me tomorrow.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
I'll fix it exactly the way you want it and send it back to you.
Okay, thank you. And I'll post it to the website. All right. In the past, Claire, are you back? Good. I wanted to mention that we have an agenda planning session. It used to be Dave Olson, Claire, and me on Monday mornings after these meetings to plan the agenda for the next meeting. Now, we're not the only people that vote on what goes on the agenda. We take suggestions like I'm about to do right now. But for the past, I don't know how long, Claire, it's just been you and me. And Claire, I don't even know if you're available Monday, but the question is, does somebody want to be the third voice? Since we now have 7 council members, we can now have 3 doing agenda planning without violating the Brown Act. So I open it up to everybody's thoughts on whether we want to have a third person.
I think you should choose, Greg.
Well, I can't choose. The person's got to want to be chosen. How many psychiatrists does it take to change a light bulb? Just one, but the light bulb's really got to want to change. Okay. So is there a third person? And we could move the time, I guess. Could we, with some flexibility, Claire? It could, instead of Mondays. What? We could certainly rotate it between people. So the question is, who wants the experience of sitting in on an agenda planning meeting at 9 a.m. on the Mondays after our Wednesday meetings? Hearing none?
Could it be 10 a.m.?
It could be 10 a.m. It was up to Claire. Claire, what do you say?
Could not be 10 a.m.
Could not be 10 a.m.?
No.
It could be another day.
I'm standing 9 a.m.
Yeah, standing 9 a.m. Well, we'll just leave it there for now. I don't hear any volunteers, but I'm offering the opportunity for some of you to get the experience of shaping, planning these agendas, right? Okay, and leave that offer open.
Are you guys doing it in person or are you doing?
We do a Zoom or a phone call, depending on whether we're dressed or not. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, in terms of future agendas, I already have CCAG coming to talk about the stormwater management practices. And I'll see about the funding issue that Sid was raising on 426. Right now, we have longer term issues like holding a retreat. I thought about the retreat as we still don't have a date from Ray.
I recommend just set it and Ray can come do his part at on a meeting like tonight.
Well, it's
just get it out of the way. That's my suggestion.
Okay, it's more than that.
How?
To me, when we get Ray to attend, we want to have a well-prepared presentation of the things we want his help with. So I'd like to say that one of the things about a retreat is planning what we would want to have covered in the retreat.
Historically, it's never been that. I've been to, I don't know, 12 retreats.
That's right.
Never done it that way.
Well, you're past your due date.
You need a retreat to plan for this.
I think we do. That's what I'm saying. We need.
The purpose of the retreat is to kind of bring all the new council members on board.
Dan says
kind of educate, and just kind of gel as a council.
Call the mission.
Decide what you want to work.
Something else.
All right, fine. But so there's a question about, do we hold a retreat? Dan stated that he would prefer just hold the retreat.
Yeah.
My issue is I want to be sure we plan what we want Ray to work with us on. Okay. We can do that at a retreat and have Ray at another meeting. Okay. Do we want to cover that kind of a topic in a regular meeting or separate? I don't know. And does somebody else like coastal armoring or other issues that they want put on an agenda for April 26th? I remember there are other things floating around.
Yeah, you're gonna have to work with Ray Mueller, but historically, Horsley's just it's basically kind of giving us a review of the year, and what he's looking forward. So it was never really that heavy interactive.
You're right, but Ray Mueller has raised his hand and said we will have Chris. And we will do something about these infrastructure problems. And I would like to take.
But he's got a fire hose to his head right now, right?
He does. But
okay. So how long are you going to wait for that to stop?
I have been saying this at every board of supervisor meeting that I attend. I said they have to open up communication with the MCC, and we can help. There are things that we can help identify with Chris. We can direct him to the right people. We can be involved. So I think it's really important to try to at least open up communications, because I feel with Supervisor Horsley when he was here, my personal opinion, that, a lot of things got overlooked on the coast. And it sounds like Ray Mueller's office concurred at the last meeting. She just got, his director, she said, there's a lot that hasn't been done, but I just think that he seems to have a real willingness to do something. And even just having an office here on the coast, I mean, no one's ever done that. So I feel like, if we could be teammates with them, that's what I would like to say.
And I would second what Ann's saying. I mean, if we could help him, for instance, he went into this discussion with all the bigwigs about the telecommunications problems. He didn't have a staff report. Now he has a staff report. Wouldn't that help him figure out what needs to get done and help audit what the outcome should be? If they build a fiber cable through the tunnel, that doesn't solve the backup generator problems. It doesn't solve the backup battery problems. It doesn't solve cell phone coverage problems and the placement of the antennas that we've heard talked about. So, I think he should look to us for help like he's got to want to do. All right. Kimberly, you had something to say?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Dan. I think the longer you wait, the worse it's going to be, because the longer you wait, the more Mueller is going to have to deal with. And this is going to get further and further down on his list. So I would say if you want him to attend a retreat, to set it earlier is better, even if he can only attend a part of it. Because you're less likely to get him the longer you wait. And the other comment I would make is that I don't know if she was the assistant, the person that was assigned liaison to us last time.
You mean when Heather Wilson came, or do you mean the lady who was a part-timer from La Honda who came to a meeting a few before that?
Oh, goodness. I'm not sure.
I think the La Honda person.
But anyway, what was your point?
Well, it's specific to the person I think who came to the last meeting. Wasn't it the last meeting?
Yeah, she was fired a day or two after.
My memory of her is that she ran several workshops for Connect the Coast Side in the past.
Oh.
Yeah.
Know that?
I didn't know that.
Wow.
And that's a red flag for me. So I wasn't too happy to see her appear in that position.
He's gone.
Okay.
No, that was Heather Wilson.
That was Heather Wilson
from the Supervisor Mueller's office.
All right. In terms of a retreat, they're normally done on Saturday in the morning. With the new requirements, theoretically we have to be in person, but I don't really care because we're not going to vote on anything. Okay. I mean, I'll honor pro forma by showing up. But what do people think about Saturdays? What Saturdays are available? Ray Mueller originally proposed April 9th, which turns out to have been Sunday, Easter Sunday. And then I told him that, and then a week later he realized it was Easter Sunday. So when do you want to do it? Saturday morning's okay? Can you pick Saturdays?
I don't care, but it would need to be like this one because I'm going to be on a different continent for the next two after that.
I'm going to be on the East Coast this week.
You're going to be out?
Yeah, I'm going to be in LA for this weekend.
Hey, would you be willing to attend remotely from Egypt, or is that ridiculous? 3 hours of time?
It depends on which day because there could be some days where I'm going to be literally in the middle of the Sahara.
Right.
And I'm flying back on the last Saturday, the 29th is the day we're flying back, so there's no way I'll be available then.
So you will be available in May?
Yeah.
Okay. What other people think about Saturdays? Cool.
Yeah.
Dan?
Yeah.
Okay. Claire, except for this Saturday, Claire?
This Saturday is bad, and then the Earth Day Saturday is bad. But May should be, as far as I know, okay.
All right. We might be looking at May then. Sid, Young, did you want to say something?
Just do it by email. Just send it out and
I could do a doodle poll.
Yeah.
May 6th.
Yes, I did. I just wanted to say that Ann skipped a few things that they talked about, or that was on the agenda. It might have just been on consent, but they gave Dave Canepa's area $10 million from, they called it an appropriation transfer from Measure K to fund one of his projects, and that was for where the old Mission Road courthouse is. They're going to have a wellness center built there for the northern part of the county for health care for needy people and stuff. And then they also gave out some safe routes to school money to some group. So all this Measure K money always goes over the hill, and I really hope when you get Ray Mueller, sat next to John Mueller at the farm day, so I keep mistakenly saying their names backwards. Anyway, when you get him around the table, hopefully you'll put out some things that really need funding over here, and get him to get us some money. He said that.
I would like to know if that Measure K money is stuff that Canepa would already have received, or if he's taking it from other districts.
It's not a matter of that. Each district gets Measure K district discretionary funding, but they still have to put in for it. He gave some money to the Daly City Chamber of Commerce too. So I'm like, hello.
It's up to him, right? We have to worry about what Mueller is.
Well, the $10 million came from the county.
There you go. That's a problem, because we certainly could use $10 million on stormwater, right?
Or a community center for evacuation. I mean, all kinds of things that we don't have over here. So I'm just saying, I hope you can make a punch list of some things that are really been kicked down the road for years and years, and try to get them to try to weasel a way to get some of that money from Measure K. That's all.
What I'm taking away from Sid's comment is that there are other people getting money above and beyond normal process, and that the 16 or 17% extra money that comes from our property taxes to the county, because we're not a city, so all that money goes to the county, is not being invested over here, and we have some dire needs.
I don't think this is the appropriate time to be having this in-depth of discussion.
Right. Dan, you're probably right.
We're like overdue for a motion to adjourn, right?
No, we're not. We're 6 minutes ahead of schedule. But
we're late. We're late.
10:15,
and I got here at 4:30.
10:15 p.m.
Well,
but can I just say one thing about that? Though, is these things are all taking part. What Sid was talking about, it's in the consent agenda, which is not done in front of the public. So they approved their consent agenda, but they'll have. I have the agenda, and when I participate, they'll get through the regular agenda, but they'll have a consent agenda, which they approve, but they don't go through publicly.
All right.
So just to let you know.
I don't know how that translates into a future agenda item for the MCC, but the idea of asking for money is clear. Okay, so to Dan's point, I believe he was making a motion to adjourn. And
Motion to adjourn.
Second,
call the roll.
Greg,
Aye.
Gus,
Yes.
and
Yes.
me, Dan,
Yes.
Silver.
That's all.